Mr. Rosenthal. He seconded the motion that will ask for a list of all certified farmers markets in the city and a full accounting of what city staff costs are associated with their operations. In addition, we're asking for a report on the feasibility of offering certified farmers markets a single annual permit for the events and not have them go back every week for a permit. This will certainly not only make things easier for the farmers markets, but it will possibly preserve some funding if they can show it does not hit our general fund at all.
Adding to the conversation, Janice Hahn makes a plea to staff for an accurate accounting for the various special events so that an effective ordinance can be put in place.
And colleagues, if I hear one more time that we've been working on this for 8 years, I don't know whom that makes more incompetent. The council members that have been working at it for 8 years, or the city staff who, in my opinion, has not given us the information we need to craft an ordinance that makes sense. When I'm looking at these cost analysis, you're basically admitting that you have made up these costs. These are made up costs, council colleagues. They are fake costs. You don't know how much they cost. Councilmember Huizar is bringing forth a motion that says in the next 30 days, let's get a correct cost analysis of our farmers markets. And when we approve that amendment, we're basically saying we don't have an accurate accounting of the cost of farmers markets. We've heard time and time again, sometimes the inspectors go out, maybe sometimes they won't go out, maybe sometimes we have DOT, maybe sometimes we don't have DOT, maybe there's signs, maybe there's permanent signs that we can put up. We do not have an accurate accounting of these costs. And Richard, I agree with you. I think some of the naysayers that have come down to City Council and spoken have said we are giving the city away by waiving these costs. But may I remind everyone that just because we have waived costs does not mean we have absorbed that same number into the city budget, because it has been a guesstimate.
So let's take these in order. And on
Madam President, the last motion introduced was 17A, and that is the Huizar-Rosendahl motion.
Why don't you give people a synopsis on the record of that motion? Does everybody have 17A in front of them?
Madam President, I believe I'm being informed by the city attorney item 57 should be taken first.
All right.
And that would be 57 as it is agendized with 57A.
57A, which states?
Is amending the amending motion on the agenda, item 3, instead of the transfer the budgeted funds, it is saying revert the unexpended and available balance in the GCP line item, special fund fee subsidy to the reserve fund, and eliminate this line item.
All right, no further questions or comments, so would you please open the roll on 57A, close the roll, then tabulate the vote.
10 ayes, 1 no.
All right, that takes care of 57A. Then we go to 17A.
Well, actually, Madam President, now you would take 57 as amended.
Okay, 57 as amended. Open the roll on that, please. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes, 1 no.
All right. Mr. Clerk, if you would please clarify what we're voting on.
Council would be voting on motion 17A, which was introduced by Councilmember Huizar, seconded by Mr. Rosendahl, and the 17 on the agenda, which is the second read of the ordinance. The city attorney has prepared a new ordinance in response to this amending motion. So what would be before council is the amendment with the ordinance, and it would be a first read ordinance.
All right, are we ready to open the roll on that? Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
8 ayes, 3 noes.
And that ordinance will now go over for a second read 1 week from today, September 8th.
Although the matter was approved 8-3, 10 votes are needed to pass on a first reading. The 3 no votes were cast by council members Alarcon, Hahn, and Koretz. So, the matter will return to council in 1 week for final approval. September 2nd, Wednesday, your Los Angeles City Council considered items 16 and 17, a communication from the Board of Water and Power Commissioners to restructure the residential electric rate. Now, in this discussion, you'll hear the term ECAF used frequently. That's the Energy Cost Adjustment Factor. Chair of the Energy and Environment Committee, District 9 Councilmember Jan Perry, explains the items which would in effect raise the price of electricity for residential customers of the Department of Water and Power.
The first item proposes a modification to the Energy Cost Adjustment Factor cap. The second item proposes a modification of tiered residential rates to encourage conservation and to minimize the impact of the ECAF on residential Tier 1 customers. Now, pursuant to Section 245 or Prop 245, Council needs to consider the first item by this coming Friday. The second item has no time limit. We did vote on these items yesterday in Energy and Environment, and on the first item, the Energy and Environment Committee voted to disapprove. I asked to take these items up together for the public's information because people need to understand that ECAF adjustments do not fall under council jurisdiction. We can only receive a communication when the Department of Water and Power Board of Commissioners raises the ECAF. Section 245 is the only way that council can hear the ECAF adjustment and vote for approval or disapproval within 21 days of the Department of Water and Power Board action with no amendments, and we cannot make changes. The ECAF cap item would change the existing cap by 2 cents for every under or over collection greater than $200 million per quarter. For a $400 million collection from ECAF would result in an additional 2 cents. These two scenarios translate into a 20% and 40% increase respectively, and this is my editorial comment, but I feel that this is a blank check for the Department of Water and Power. The second item is the restructuring of a tiered rate which would lower Tier 1 base rate to mitigate the ECAF increase for those who conserve energy. Rates for Tiers 2 and 3 would increase. Although this is a conservation effort, there is a lack of equity here for Valley residents and residents who live in hot zones on both sides of the hill, and I think we've had that demonstrated to us before when we had a discussion on rate restructuring on power rates, and we had a map, and it was quite educational because it showed that there are hot zones on both sides of the hill, so we need to be concerned about that. I know we all want to reach our renewable energy goals, but we need to come up with an equitable way, one that is much more forthcoming to the public. I made a suggestion in E2 committee yesterday that we need an independent third-party review to get a better understanding of the impact of the rates in order to reach our renewable portfolio standard goals and to find a way to protect our bond rating. And for that reason and the reasons that I have stated, I am hopeful that we will agree unanimously to send this back, both 16 and 17, and tell them to come back to us with a better proposal.
Addressing DWP staff and agreeing with the action of the Energy and Environment Committee decision to reconsider the proposed DWP increase, District 12 Councilmember Greg Smith wants to also look at minimizing costs and wants to be sure to maintain the transparency of the proposal.
You go out to the people of the city, remember that this is a very big city with different issues in every part of the city. And so when you talk to the people downtown, you talk about different things than you may talk about in the Valley or in San Pedro. And I think you need to bring your message out clearly to those people, designed for their concerns so that they fully understand the impact on them, and we can get more consensus as a city. It is a large city with very unique areas of the city. So thank you, Ms. Hahn, Ms. Perry. Thank you, Ms. Hahn, too, just for the heck of it, Ms. Perry, for the efforts of the committee, and I concur with what you're doing, and I thank you for accepting those amendments. Thank you.
District 11 Councilmember Bill Rosendahl requests David Nahai, General Manager of the Department of Water and Power, for his views on items 16 and 17.
I would like you to tell us what these two agenda items are all about from your perspective rather quickly.
Item 16, first of all, seeks an adjustment of the ECAF cap. the energy cost adjustment factor cap. Item number 17 is a companion measure.
Okay, the cap, what is it adjusted to?
I'll ask Jeff Peltola to take us through that.
The ECAF is calculated by looking at what the actual expenditures are for our purchase power, our fuel, and that tends to vary depending on what are the assets we use. And with discussion of the cap, let me just clarify that. Right now, we calculate what that ECAF will be on a cents per kilowatt hour basis. The current ordinance only allows that to rise up by 0.1 cent per kilowatt hour per quarter. The proposal is that it would have a cap of 2 cents, but not necessarily rise up to that amount because it would still be based on what the actual expenditures are.
Why do we need to do this?
Why we really need to do it is we're having increasing costs on the ECAF that are really coming from 3 different components, but the biggest one being as we move towards renewable energy, it's got an incremental of about $240 million for that renewable. Now what happens is we use less natural gas, but we use more of the renewables. So the net effect is about $240 million. In addition, coal prices have increased as well in the western United States. Aaron can talk more about it if you would like, but that's about $140 million as well. What that shows you is that as we move towards renewables, it gives us a better hedge against these types of volatile prices, because as natural gas and coal goes up and down, when you get renewables, you get solar, you get wind, that's going to be a steady price going forward. We also, go ahead.
Let me make a couple of additional points there. As I said earlier, what we're seeking is an adjustment, not an elimination of the cap. So there are caps that will be in place. In addition, there's...
Okay, but does an adjustment mean a rate increase, so to speak, to the customers out there?
Not necessarily, and not at this point in time, because right now our under-collection on the ECAF is relatively small. What we're trying to do is make sure that we don't get to a place in the future where the under-collection becomes so large that we would have a sudden and very painful adjustment at that time. 3 financial advisors that have looked at this situation tell us that we have a condition that is peculiar in Los Angeles, and that we run the risk of having our ratings go from a AA to a single A. If that were to happen, we would all collectively pay more for nothing other than higher interest rates. So we don't want to be in a position of having to ask our ratepayers to pay more because of the phantom of interest rates. Better to get ahead of the curve now, try to make adjustments right now so that we won't be in that position.
Agreeing the ECAF adjustment is probably needed, particularly in light of the need to develop new energy sources, District 15 Councilmember Janice Hahn addresses what she believes to be the perception of ratepayers.
The problem that the ratepayers probably are having right now is that it does probably feel to them like we have done this, raised their rates a lot lately, whether it be water, whether it be power. And I believe that the residents of Los Angeles have done a yeoman's job in conserving. I've actually been very proud of Angelenos. I think they've done a great job of reducing their water. I think everyone's looking to reduce electricity. So I think the feeling is they've done a great job of conserving, and yet we sort of reward them by raising the rates again and again. And I think that's part of what the angst is right now. And I'm wondering if the other feeling might be, as you said, David, that we're purchasing up front, but we're going to end up having free electricity from some of these sources that we're investing in. I'm sure the ratepayer would listen to you and say, gee, I can't wait for that time because I'm sure I won't be charged then if it's free electricity. Or there might be, we talk a lot about this EREF going up and down, and I think the ratepayers are wondering, has it ever gone down? Will I actually see the adjustment in the other direction after we've made these investments, after we begin seeing some of this power come online for use by the ratepayer? So maybe part of the message, again, could encompass some of those issues that I know people are feeling. They may not be speaking it, but when they hear you talk about this, I know they're wondering at what point do they begin benefiting from the ultimate renewables that, again, we all believe in, but is it an unfair burden on the current ratepayers to pay for this, and then will they ever see the advantage of this electricity?
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Madam Clerk, our direction?
Council would be voting on both items 16 and 17, and there are two written amendments, one on each, and in addition to the verbal amendment by Mr. Smith that was seconded by Councilmember Perry.
Mr. Cardenas?
And in essence, basically, there are the recommendations as forwarded by the Energy Committee?
Yes, that would be on item number 17 to disapprove.
And Ms. Perry, you're asking for an aye vote?
Yes, please.
Asking for an aye vote on both 16 and 17?
Yes.
Okay, any other questions? That matter is now open the roll. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Very well.
And so the matter will now go back to the Board of Water and Power Commissioners for further consideration. It says the raise in rates is needed to help pay for renewable energy sources such as wind and solar power. You can listen to City Council meetings as well as committee and commission meetings on the telephone by using the city's council phone system. In the downtown area, dial 213-621-CITY. In West LA, dial 310-471-CITY. For the San Pedro area, dial 310-547-CITY. And in the San Fernando Valley, dial 818-904-9450. Just follow the recorded instructions for the meetings you want to hear. And we invite you to address the Los Angeles City Council on any item on the council agenda, as well as during public comment. You may come downtown to City Hall or go to either the Van Nuys City Hall or the San Pedro City Hall and participate via video teleconferencing. And you can watch all Los Angeles City Council meetings live in their entirety on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays beginning at 10 a.m. On Sundays, you can watch the replay of all the week's meetings, also beginning at 10 a.m. Well, that concludes our program for the week ending September 4th, 2009. On behalf of Monty Duarte and everyone here at Channel 35, I'm Jack Popejoy. Thank you for watching, and please join us for the next Council Week in Review.
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
Hold on one second. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Los Angeles City Council meeting. Today is 9/9/9. It is the September 9th, 2009, and I want to welcome all of the folks who have joined us here in Council Chambers, as well as those who are with us on Channel 35 or in our remote locations in San Pedro and in Van Nuys. We meet here every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday in the John Ferraro Council Chambers, room 340 of City Hall, and we are broadcast live on Channel 35 throughout our city's cable system, and we thank them. We're also available to viewers through the internet at lacity.org and through your telephone by calling the number 213-621-CITY. You can listen into any of our committee meetings and the full council. Again, that number is 213-621-CITY. Our agendas are made available 72 hours in advance, here in person or online. Those are in the back of the chambers here, and the agendas have all the items that we will be voting on today or considering. If you'd like to be heard on any of those items, please fill out a speaker card here or at one of our remote facilities, and we'd be happy to hear your comments on any items that have not yet had a public hearing, or if the council members reopen a public hearing on those items that have had a public hearing in committee. We also have on the agendas our game plan and all the items that we are going to be discussing today. If you want to be heard on general items that are not on the agenda but nevertheless under the jurisdiction of the city, we have a section of the meeting called General Public Comment, and that's 2 minutes for any speaker here or in our Van Nuys and San Pedro locations to be able to speak and to be heard by the council. We require 10 members or 2/3 of our body to start the meeting. It is after the hour, and I thank the council members who are here, Council Members Cardenas, Hahn, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, and Rosendahl. We are expecting Council Members Alarcon, Huizar, Koretz, Smith, and Wesson, who are now late. If they will please join us as soon as possible. We're still awaiting 2 more council members, and Council Member Alarcon, Huizar, Koretz, Smith, and Wesson are not here, even though it's after the appointed hour. So thank you for your patience while we wait for those council members. As soon as we have 2 more, we will begin the meeting. So sit tight. Thank you. call the roll, and we will begin the meeting.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Han, Weezer, Koretz, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti, 11 members present, and a quorum, Mr. President.
Okay, first order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
All right, Ms. Perry moves, and Mr. Koretz seconds without objection. That will be approved. Next order of business.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
All right, Mr. Smith moves, and Mr. Rosendahl seconds without objection. Those will be approved as well. We can run through the agenda, please.
On the regular agenda, the first items are items noticed for public hearing. Item number 1 is a confirmation of the 2008-2009 weed brush abatement assessment.
Okay. Anybody wishing to call that special? Do we have any cards on that?
No.
Okay. We'll go ahead then, and is that to vote on today?
Yes, that is to confirm the assessments.
Let's go ahead then and open the roll on item number 1, colleagues. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay, that is approved. Next items.
The next group of items are building and safety liens. The department has advised that on items 3 and 4, those can be received and filed inasmuch as the liens have been paid.
Okay, without objection, we'll receive and file items 3 and 4.
And then that would leave items 2 and 5, 6, and 7 for confirmation.
Okay. There are no cards on these, so we'll open and close the public hearings on the rest. Anybody wishing to call those special? If not, let's go ahead and open the roll on those items, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved. Those assessments are approved. Next items.
Next items 8, 9, and 10 are street lighting district items, and the recommendation for council action is to open the hearing and continue the hearing and ordinances to be presented on September 30th.
Okay, we'll open that hearing without objection, and we'll continue those ordinances till the 30th of this month. So ordered. Next items, please.
Next items are items for which public hearings have been held. Items 11 through 27. 11 and 12 are commissioners. Do you wish to hold those on the desk?
Yes, please. Let's hold the commissioners on the desk, 11 and 12.
And that would leave the remainder of the items.
Thank you.
Items 24, 25, and 26 were in committee this morning, and committee reports are to be submitted on those items. Do you wish to hold those on the desk?
Yes, let's hold those 3 on the desk till we have the committee reports. Any specials, Mr. Cardenas?
14 for Han.
Okay. Call number 14 special. Thank you for doing that. Mr. Parks, did you have a special? Are you okay? Okay. 19 for Tom Labange in the third person.
Mr. President, I'm sorry, just for the council's information, on item number 27, there are 2 reports on the file, and council can adopt both. There is an additional recommendation on the Budget and Finance Committee report.
Let's move both, if that's all right?
We don't move both, but we have an amending motion that we're circulating.
Okay, so we'll hold that on the table as well. Any other specials, colleagues? If not, let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote on the balance.
12 ayes.
Those are approved. Next items, please.
Next items are items for which public hearings have not been held. Items 28 through 43, 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, if there's no objection to consideration, those are before us. Do we have cards on any of these?
I believe there are cards on 36, 37, and 39, and there's a substitute motion in the works on item 42.
Okay, let's hold 42 on the desk, and we'll call those other ones special for cards from the public. We'll open and close the other ones. 38 for Mr. Alarcon. Mr. Labange. 43 for Mr. Labange. Any other specials, colleagues? Mr. Parks?
41,
Okay.
yeah, 41 special.
Mr. Parks is 41. There are no other specials. We will open the roll on the balance, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved. Next items, please.
Next items are closed session items 44 and 45, and there is a request on item 45 to continue that matter to September 23rd.
Is there any objection to continuing item 45 till the 23rd, colleagues? If not, let's go ahead and continue that. We'll hold 44. We'll call that special and hold that on the table. If there's no objection, we can send 13 and 16 forthwith, please. And that will take us through the agenda. We do have a special meeting agenda, but that begins at 10:30. So that will now take us to our general public comment right now. Dr. Clyde Williams, our first speaker, if you'd like to come forward. And he'll be followed by Nancy Campeau. Is Dr. Williams here? Oh, there he is. Don't worry. You don't have to run. You can walk safely. Good morning.
Good morning. I ran from El Sereno. 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno. Stop the 710. Make it a multi-mode, low-build alternative. This was what was recommended 10 years ago. Oh, also, no trucks. I would like to distribute through one of the officers some information regarding the 710 and meetings coming up. The neighborhoods have been quite concerned regarding the 710. Mr. Cedillo's bill, AB 545, has gone forward with an exclusion of any cut and cover south of California in Pasadena. However, a recommended change to remove El Sereno from the 710 consideration for portals was not included. Although Doug Failing says that the mayor and Councilman Huizar has recommended twice over that they move the portal from El Sereno to south of 710. I think it would be better just to remove all of the portals from everywhere, anytime above, below, or on the ground. We would highly recommend that the council come out and oppose the 710 freeway as a freeway, and to promote the multi-mode, low-build. What could we do with $5 billion in Los Angeles and the neighboring communities to relieve the actual real traffic, since the port now puts a premium on any trucks leaving during the commute? So we're going to get trucks at night and trucks on the weekend rather than trucks during the peak hour. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Williams. Nancy Campeau is our next speaker. After that is William either Mallon or Malor. Excuse me if I got it wrong.
Good morning, Mr. President, council members. I'm Nancy Campeau, here from the northeast Los Angeles area. Our group is called United Against 710, and we are here before you for the second time, petitioning you to ban the 710 freeway extension from being built anywhere within Los Angeles city borders or surrounding cities. You may remember that we petitioned you about this on August 12th, and at that time we were only 5 days old and yet managed to draw 300 residents of northeast Los Angeles to a neighborhood meeting publicized only by handmade signs and flyers. Within those 5 days, we gathered over 1,300 signatures, which we presented to you, to ban this freight truck freeway and its prohibitively expensive toll tunnel from ever seeing the light of day. We are back with double the signatures against this horrendous freight truck freeway, again asking the council to pass the resolution we have prepared for you. The 710 would really benefit only two classes of people: foreign contractors and investment bankers, not Los Angeles citizens. Now it is time for you to hear the cohesive voices of Northeast Los Angeles.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your activism. William, is it Malan? Excuse me.
Hi, William Mallon.
Mallon, thank you.
Speaking against the 710 also, President, Councilman, council members. There's nothing in this DIG proposal for the communities. This is about moving trucks in and out of the Port of Los Angeles and up to 5. We're just talking about this won't relieve traffic or congestion. There won't be access. These communities will be disrupted for years during the DIG process. For anyone who thinks this will go smoothly, I would refer them to what happened in Boston with the Big Dig, a much smaller project than the one that's currently being considered to extend the 710. That was a calamity that resulted in multiple people being voted out of office. I personally am not a single issue voter, but if the council people who represent us don't recognize that this is bad for the community, then it will become a single issue for many voters who have elected the current council, and I think they would be wise to recognize that. Finally, I would note I'm a physician. I work at LA County, and the exhaust fumes from trucks as they enter a climbing lane are going to do nothing for air quality in Northeast Corridor, Los Angeles. And I will see those patients in the emergency department at Los Angeles County USC Medical Center wheezing and with COPD exacerbations and respiratory illnesses. So from a health perspective, this will be bad for the Northeast Corridor as well. Finally, the portal size, even if they go underground with this the whole way, the portal sizes appear to be huge. There's this ruse that the underground tunnel won't disrupt the neighborhoods involved, except the portal size doesn't get discussed enough. The portal size is currently estimated to be over a mile where it junctions with the two. So we request that the councilmen hear their voters and constituency and recognize that this is not an LA City issue and it won't benefit us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Milan. Joyce Chang is our next speaker, and after Joyce Chang will be Bill Sherman. Thank you for being here. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Joyce Chang. I'm a Mount Washington homeowner and have worked as a physician in Los Angeles for the past 11 years. I'm against the 710 extension. A deputy from Council District 14 came to one of the Stop the 710 meetings and stated the purpose of the 710 extension was for goods movements. This freeway extension will not relieve traffic congestion. In fact, the entire purpose of it is to attract freight truck traffic. It is being pushed by private companies who are willing to invest billions of dollars in the hopes of profiting from a toll route. I am again asking the City Council to please pass a resolution to block the 710 extension. We do not want it. And I don't know if Council Member Weezer is here today, but I hope that
He's expected after 11, but I know his staff is here. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chang. Dr. Bill Sherman is our next speaker. After that is Stuart Swadron. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Bill Sherman, and I live in South Pasadena. I am the chairman of the Transportation Commission in the city of South Pasadena, but I am here today as a private citizen. I'm here to speak against the 710 extension. The reasons why this $11.8 billion white elephant should not be foisted on the people of the city of Los Angeles are many. The cost and the health consequences alone are sufficient to stop this proposed freeway tunnel. I encourage the City Council to join the cities of Glendale, La Cañada, Flint Ridge, and South Pasadena to take a loud and open stand against the tunnel. To paraphrase State Assemblyman Anthony Portantino, the SR 710 tunnel extension is an environmental and economic disaster. The 710 extension is wrong for the City of Los Angeles, the County of Los Angeles, the State of California, and our country. I say, just say no to the 710 extension. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Stuart Swadron is our next speaker. After that is Martha Morse.
Hi, council members. My name is Stuart Swadron. I'm also a physician. I'm a resident of Mount Washington, and I'm here to add my voice to the chorus of those against the 710 extension. I've never been to City Hall before, and I've never spoken at one of these one of these venues. I'm used to speaking at things for which I'm an expert. But I think to oppose a freeway to bring huge volumes of truck traffic and freight traffic from the Port of Los Angeles up through the historic neighborhoods of Northeast Los Angeles with all of the noise and pollution that they bring. And of course, this doesn't matter whether it's a tunnel or not. The pollution has to go somewhere into our already very polluted neighborhoods is pretty much a no-brainer. This is something that clearly benefits no one in our communities and clearly only benefits outside interest and corporate interest. And so I'd like to register my strong opposition to the 710. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming to City Hall today. Appreciate it. As Martha Morse is coming up, let me recognize, I think we agree with you. So Mr. Reyes, I think, wants to say something along the way. Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. As the folks who are fighting against the 710, be rest assured that in speaking with our Council President and Councilman Weezer, I know our staffs have been going to these meetings, but we will be working on a motion that will support your efforts as we fight the 710 throughout the Northeast. So I appreciate all your help and support. But I just want to make sure that message was made clear to all of you who have been working very hard. So I know you've been having these meetings. I do know our deputies have been attending them, but we are listening, and we will respond with a motion or a resolution.
Yep. Thank you very much. Martha Morris is our next speaker, and then Daniel Tapia. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you very much for your attention and for listening to our opposition to the 710 freeway extension. I'm a homeowner in Mount Washington. I've lived there for roughly 20 years, over 20 years, and I'm a parent. I'm one of the members of the community who's been working hard over the years to build our community, and I see the 710 extension as nothing but a division in the city of Los Angeles. One of my concerns in particular is the portals to the freeway extension that will be going past elementary schools. We've been trying to move particulate matter away from the schools, away from children. This is just going to be adding to that. So please take that into consideration and support your constituents in fighting this extension. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Daniel Tapia is our next speaker. After that is Davina Lombardo. Good morning,
Good morning, President. I am Daniel Tapia. I am resident of this area for about 35 years. I already have 4 grandsons, and I want that they grow up healthy, not with lead on their blood. Please stop the 710, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tapia. Davina Lombardo is our next speaker. After that is Andrea Jayasekara.
Good morning, President Garcetti, Councilman Reyes, and Councilman Huizar, where are you? I really want you to hear this. Please understand, this is for you, Councilman Huizar. I am hoping that you will stand for us, the people of Mount Washington. 3,000 residents had signed the petition so far, and it's growing every day. We are against the 710 freeway in any form. We are homeowners who have been living there I have been there for a quarter of a century. I've been a taxpayer for more than 30 years, and I'm not a partisan voter. We hope that you will hear us and support us, and we will be back here every month until you put us on your agenda. I have to skip work today for this. So please put us on your agenda already.
Thank you very much.
I still have a minute.
Yeah, you can say whatever you want for a minute, or you can pass it on. It's up to your discretion.
Okay. I'm also speaking for all the other older people who had been there. Mount Washington is a very old community. People that live there had been there 40 years, 49 years. They work 1 or 2 jobs to keep their home. It's a very lovely, beautiful, lush green. If you haven't been to Mount Washington, you should visit it. See the mountain, the surrounding environments. Don't let it get polluted by the 710 freeway. It won't do any good to anybody. Councilman Garcetti, please support us. Your district will be affected also greatly on this.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I do support you. Andrea Jayasekara is our next speaker. And Grace Chong will follow Andrea, excuse me if I mispronounced it.
Hi, I'm Andrea Jayasekara, a resident of Mount Washington in Northeast Los Angeles. I want to thank Councilman Reyes and all council people for listening to us today. It's very important. It's dear to our hearts what's happening in Northeast Los Angeles as well as the surrounding communities. I feel very strong about this issue. I am wondering, how can we build a freeway where freeways don't solve the problems of traffic in Los Angeles? We have some of the worst traffic in the country, if not the world. A freeway that will take 10 years to build, that doesn't solve our problem now. We have existing rail lines. We can do multimodal building to divert traffic, put the cargoes onto trains. You can transport much more, much quicker. Hopefully cut down on pollution. We do have children. There's lots of elementary schools in that area that will be affected. The pollution. We've had terrible fires the last 2 weeks. We know what pollution can do to our community. And I feel that this is the time in our country's history that we need to move forward with green projects. You are the City Council to see this gets done. I appreciate you listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Jaisekara. Grace Chong is our next speaker, and then Arnold Sachs will follow Ms. Chong.
Thank you, members. Thank you,
Good
members
morning.
of the City Council. I'm also here to express my opposition to the 710 freeway. We are in the middle of an unprecedented budget crisis. School teachers are being laid off, government workers are being placed on unpaid furlough, courts are being closed, we don't have enough firefighters, and I'm absolutely flabbergasted that the city and the state are planning on spending money to extend the 710 freeway. Moreover, if the city and the state want to stimulate the economy by investing in transportation, we should be investing in environmentally responsible public transportation. What we need is more trains, subways, public transportation, not more traffic, not more congestion, and definitely not more pollution. And finally, I'm utterly disappointed that our mayor, who also grew up in an ethnic barrio and understands what it's like to be disenfranchised, seeks to put this freeway through the poorest neighborhoods of LA. Look at Pasadena. Pasadena is a very well-to-do enclave, and they refused the 710, and they put in a very successful rail system. And here is the mayor, basically railroading the poor and the disenfranchised of LA, planning on putting a freeway through, of course, the most, again, disenfranchised communities of LA, while letting Pasadena have its mass transit. That's it.
Thank you for your comments today. Just as a point of clarification, too, the city of Los Angeles is not spending any money on this at all. Just so you know, it's a state, but City of Los Angeles is not spending money to build this. And I think, as you've heard from policymakers, we have to pass the resolution, but we stand on record against that as well. Mr. Cardenas?
Yeah, and with all due respect to the last speaker, just for the record, I grew up in Pacoima, a barrio, and the 118 freeway got built right across the street from my elementary school. The barrio didn't stop that freeway from being built, but in Northridge, it did slow down a little bit. And with all due respect, if you're thinking that the 710 freeway isn't being built because of the barrio speaking up, no, it's the affluent part of Pasadena that spoke up. That's the reason why this freeway hasn't been built for the last 40 years. And to all the union workers here, the laborers unions and all the trades are for the 710 getting built, okay?
Hold on, I'm sorry. You can communicate privately, but we can't turn into a full dialogue. My apologies, I'm sorry. But Arnold Sachs is our next speaker, but I'd be happy to try to connect you with his staff if you'd like to, okay? Thank you. Arnold Sachs is our next speaker, and then Hawan Gabriel will be our next speaker after Mr. Sachs.
Good morning, thank you. Arnold Sachs.
Good morning.
It's good to see the chambers full. Must be here for some reason. I think it's about health care. So please pay attention. Maybe you might have heard about the golf cart contract that was fought about in city council chambers. One of the things that came out in a contract negotiation to discussion was the fact that the golf cart workers were covered by the living wage ordinance, but they weren't being paid by the living wage ordinance. So when the executive director for the golf company who has the contract came up, he was asked about funding that he was guaranteeing to the city, and he said, hey, no problem. I'll be able to cut my health care benefits now that I have to support the living wage ordinance. Cut my health care benefits because of the living wage ordinance. Maybe you might have read or heard in newspapers about airlines flowing a sea of red ink. That means they're in debt. Now, two gentlemen, and how they work at UCLA, wrote a newspaper article stating that it's a good idea to raise ticket prices to cover health care costs.
Mr. President, I believe he's talking about item number 14, which is on the agenda. He'll have
Okay,
an
if you could
opportunity to
please
speak on
not
that.
talk about items that are on the agenda today. This is for general public comment for items not on the agenda, as I specified.
Discussing an article in the newspaper, sir, regarding the airlines being in debt, owing millions of dollars, yet somebody wants to have them get a fee to pay for health care.
Sir, I'm sorry.
Let me
So you're
give you
still
an
talking
idea.
about item number
I
14,
will-
which we'll make sure if you want to talk on 14 that you included.
I
But
will.
if there's anything else you'd like to address.
Every time a baseball player at Dodger Stadium hits a foul ball, he will pay a fee to LADOT to fund bus service that's needed by the public to go to Dodger Stadium.
Thank you, sir. Juan Gabriel is our next speaker. Thank you. And then Walter Bechtel will follow that. Very good morning to you.
Good morning, Mr. President, City Councils. My name is Hanan Gabriel, and I represent the Coptic Orthodox Church in the neighborhood. We've been there for 35 years. Our church serves over 400 people or 400 families, as well as we're a polling station for the community. We're a Red Cross center. We serve as a community meeting center, and we all oppose the 710. We all oppose the 710 expansion. We have a lot of youth in the neighborhood that we serve, as well as our own youth. Nearest church to our facility is 30 miles away and cannot absorb all those members. So we strongly oppose the 710, and we appreciate that you put it as a measure to be voted on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Walter Bechtel is our next speaker.
Okay. All right. As we know in the news today, we heard that even 3 more water mains are breaking, and apparently it's only because they were all put in at about the same time. So I guess we're all going to have the water breaking today. But I've been trying to tell you guys something about my hotel over there, and you haven't been listening to me. I've been coming here since November the 6th, 2002. Apparently you have some people here today you're going to give some awards to, but you don't have any concern about people like myself in the back of the entertainment industry. I would hope that your law enforcement agencies would listen to us, but for some reason they don't want to listen to anybody like me. I'm not the only person who's a victim of this kind of thing. We need some enforcement, and I'm not going to continue to do anything in lyrics and anything like that until I get a little cooperation from your people. And if you don't care, then I'm not going to stop my strike, because I can't go anywhere until somebody does something on my behalf. So you think it's funny, but if you look around you, it don't look too funny with the finances the way things are going right now, and it's going to continue going down. And I'm not going to, like I said, I'm not going to do anything until you people do what you're supposed to do. So if you want to have somebody to talk to me, I'm still available. If not, then you can continue to hold your breath until you turn blue. I don't care less. But as soon as you start to take a breath and it starts to fill with water and you start to drown, I don't think anybody's going to do anything but laugh at you. You're going to be the fool. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bechtel. Daniel Weissman is our next speaker. And after that will be Michael Hunt. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Garcetti. Good morning, members of the council. I'm going to ask the people in this room, how many of you would still have come to this meeting if you knew that your public comments were not going to be heard until the end of the meeting? Mr. Garcetti, members of the council, I want to tell you about 2 council files, one 2171 and the other 1890. 1890 was put in place on August 7th. Shortly after, a number of us neighborhood council activists came before the council to speak on the issue of the uncapping of the ECAF by the Department of Water and Power. Before the end of that morning, the motion was in place to have the council assume responsibility for that, and recently you have voted to send this back to the Department of Water and Power for further motion. I would wager that that would not have happened if you would move the general public comment to the end of the meetings. Most of our neighborhood councils place their general public comment at the beginning of their meetings, and they do it in imitation of your meetings, which is a good thing to do. But I want you to know that many of them also have a second general public comment at the end of the meeting. The council has the opportunity here to show that it values the opinions of the public and that it's willing to listen and learn from its critics. That's the core of the First Amendment right of free speech and the right of the citizens to redress their grievances. The council policy requiring commenters to address the full council also violates this principle because the issues presented are often local, concerning only one council member, and then you won't allow a commenter to speak on that kind of an issue. In short, I'm going to recommend that you have two general public comment areas, and I ask the maker of the motion, Mr. Alarcon, and the other four who signed that motion to consider this. One at the beginning, in which the new information can be brought to you, and then again, one at the end, just before adjournment, because people who come here and very seriously and with good intentions are trying to participate in this democratic process may want to comment on something that occurred during the meeting.
Thank you very much,
for
Mr.
listening
Watson.
to me.
Appreciate
I
it.
hope you'll consider my recommendation.
Mr. Alarcon for a brief response.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that there are hundreds of people who are waiting for the public comment period. It's now 45 minutes, who were agendized and should have been heard first, and as it used to be done years ago. So they are the ones that have to wait, and they are the ones that are being disrespected. They should be the priority.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. That was a brief response, and we can hear more next time. Michael Hunt is our next speaker. After that is Rick Nightingale in Van Nuys, and after that will be Zuma Dog, also in Van Nuys. Good morning, sir.
First of all, I want to talk about a little bit about disruption in the meeting done by the city council people and the city council members. Number one, i.e. concern disruption brought by word symbols such as a KKK outfit without more does not justify censorship or punishment. You guys are in trouble again. Read the lawsuit that you guys will be receiving Friday morning regarding this, thanks to a few councilmen who really don't understand the First Amendment and should really be practicing in another country. Then we have one who just don't understand, was talking about homeland security issues when the general police is escorting me in the building. So it couldn't have been a homeland security issue. And the other address, people may be offended by things, but they still have the right to speak no matter what. The city attorney is not doing his job down here in the chambers, and they're violating federal constitution and all the amendments. And if you guys want living wages, you guys got to speak up. You guys need $20 an hour plus health benefits. If you guys don't clap, then you guys ain't going to get them. I can't help you guys. $20 an hour plus health benefits.
Mr. President, should be
That's later on the agenda, sir.
What's going on in LA airport that what these people need? I said they need $20 and they need health benefits so they can get $15 in health benefits anyway. That's what LA's about. That's what free speech is about. I can't help it because you guys don't understand that. You guys, before you guys become council people, you guys need to go back and have a class in First Amendment. That's what the city attorney should recommend. All you guys have a class in the First Amendment. You have Eric Garcetti coaching council people. He is an attorney. He knows better. Oh, you're not an attorney? Or well, your dad's an attorney. And he should tell you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hunt. Thankfully, Rick Nightingale is our next speaker. And I will just reiterate again, Mr. Hunt, who wore the KKK outfit here to City Hall, has the right to do that. We may find it abhorrent, we may find it offensive, and we may be against him doing that, but I will reiterate again and again, because I do understand the First Amendment, Mr. Hunt. You are able to wear that. You're not able to block people's views, and you're not able to disrupt the meeting, but you are able to express your views, even if you want to wear a KKK outfit here. Rick Nightingale is our next speaker. I just want to know the folks who are applauding know what your actions have been. Mr. Nightingale.
Yeah, good morning, Rick Nightingale. You know, on that 710, boy, the people have waited a long time to turn around and get that through. I mean, that freeway has been lagging for years and years and years. And all these other ones went through. They went eminent domain. My father just about lost our house because of it, but luckily they changed the route over to 170. But it is time. They've been sniveling for a long time, and they got to come up with it. They knew it's going to happen, and it should be done. I mean, that's all there is to it. Let's go back to yesterday. I still think that, you know, that the council turns around, and the news media needs to turn around and get to the council people to tell us where is all this money being spent. I read the paper, I look at whatever I do see on the news, where is all the money going and so forth? Because it's gone. They got payments, and we don't know what's happening. They don't tell us anything. We see them in the chamber here once in a while, and we don't get any information out of them. So like I said, the news media just don't want to do anything for us. But why don't they ask them where the money has gone, what debts that we have, and so forth? Because it's the only way we can do it. For people like I sitting up here talking, we're kind of just shooting the breeze thing because we don't know what we can talk about to where it is, so we can put our finger on it and say, why is it this way? I know the roads are messed up, and our gas tax is supposed to pay for that, but no, it goes in the general fund and we get whatever. But where's the rest of it? I have no idea. And I'd sure like to know, and the news media can get this information. And you people on voting on Area 2, vote for Zumadog. Take care. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Nightingale. Zumadog is our last speaker, also out in Van Nuys. Good morning, Mr. Dog.
Yes, my name's David Salzberg, known to the constituents of Los Angeles as Zumadog, and we have a very important election coming up on Tuesday, September 22nd. I hope the people will elect Zumadog City Council member. For the past 3 years, I've come down to council chambers, examined the council, examined the agenda items, how the city was operating, and I made multiple predictions on what would be happening in the future in order for you to take measures to prevent the all hell breaks loose scenario we're in now. I warned about the subprime foreclosures that would be affecting the city. When I looked into the stock market global economy, I found out there was pension money invested in Wall Street and real estate projects. I found Wall Street was going to go tanking. I warned everybody, get the money out. Also, has special event fee waivers. I've addressed the special event fee waiver. Thank you to City Council for finally taking measures. I take that as a major victory. And if there's one thing I have come and spoken about more than any issue in the city, you cannot accommodate all this added density through your quote-unquote smart growth with the aging infrastructure, the pipes, the transformers. And I have said before we do Measure B solar, anything, the first thing that needs to be addressed is the aging infrastructure. And we now see the results in Studio City and Valley Village. And now they are saying on the blogs, please check Mayor Sam, please check all the blogs. They're saying Zumadog, biblical-like soothsayer. Thank you. I love it. Thank you to the blogosphere for calling Zumadog a biblical-like soothsayer. Thank you to the council member who said, Zumadog, I consider you a prophet. Thank you to the council member that said, Zumadog, you know you're a genius. Thank you to the council member that says, Zumadog, how do you figure this all out? I hope the people figure out it should be Zumadog September 22nd. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salzberg, a.k.a. Mr. Dog. That will close our general public comment. Mr. Cardenas?
I don't remember any of these council members calling Zumadog a genius. Did you do that?
I think Dennis Zine is gone today, so in fairness, we'll look into that when he returns. With that, we will now go to items called special. Mr. Labange has asked to take item number 43 out of order. So we can take item 43.
I need somebody help. Yesterday, all my troubles seem so far away.
Thank you. Give Kenny, the sound man, a big hand right there. Bringing us the Beatles. This is Beatles Day. And Miss Hahn, if you could join me, welcome the great Janice Hahn, Councilwoman of the 15th District, to the podium, who not only, you got it. I'm good for 2 out of 3, but Janice is 3 for 3. Did you ever see Michael Jackson?
Oh, yes.
She's 4 for 4. She not only saw Elvis Presley,
Yes.
the Rolling Stones, and the Beatles, and met them.
Yes.
She also saw Michael Jackson. Here, Janice Hahn. 45 years ago, this young lady was at the Hollywood Bowl where the Beatles made their great appearance. And today is Beatles Day in the city of Los Angeles. Please welcome Maureen Schultz from EMI Music at Capitol Records. Give her a big hand right here. Jesse Irwin. Good to see you, Jesse. Director of Online Marketing. Stacy Freeman, the Director of All Marketing. And Matt D'Amato, who is also D'Amico. Thank you. Thank you, Janice. Give them a big hand from EMI. Can I say Associate Capital, please? Capitol. And Mr. Garcetti, I'm proud of you because Capitol Records, that historic building, is in your district, and you allow us here to proclaim this Beatles Day. As I said, in the late 1950s, early 60s, 4 lads of Liverpool got together. John Lennon, Paul McCartney, George Harrison, my favorite, and Richard Starkey, better known as Ringo Starr. The Beatles became pioneers and world-recognized music legends starting in 1963. And they got much of their motivation from American rock and roll and Chuck Berry and all the great music that was going on at that time. The Beatles' first single, I Want to Hold Your Hand, reached #1 in America in just 3 weeks before they made their signature appearance on Sunday night on the Ed Sullivan Show on February 9th, 1964 in New York City. In August of 64, the Beatles visited Los Angeles for the first time, and on the 23rd performed at the Hollywood Bowl, and KRLA Radio proclaimed it Beatles Day then. We proclaim it Beatles Day now. The Beatles went to become major stars in music and influenced all walks of life. And I'm very proud of the Beatles and what they have done. And we are announcing this because there's an opportunity for many to learn about the greatness of the Beatles and their music. In 2004, the Beatles were ranked the #1 artist by all time by Rolling Stone magazine. The official release day is September 9th, 9909. Number 9 will be released for Capitol Records, entirely digital remastered album catalog. Let's hear a hand for that, because that took a lot of work right there. And also, I truly believe, and it was, and I don't know, because you're record people, you would know, it was Joe Cocker at Woodstock who really played the first air guitar when he sang there. But you can now play the Beatles Rock Band, a video game, and other games, MTV games, for this opportunity to relive one of the greatest artists of all time. This is the 45th anniversary, and I'm very proud, Janice, that my father got a call from a friend of his and said, I got 2 tickets to see the Dodgers, to go to see the Beatles at Dodger Stadium in '66. Were you there?
No.
I missed you. You were there the year before. I was there the year after. Let's hear it for the Beatles Day in Los Angeles. Here. You want us after Janice speaks a little.
Thank you, Tom Labange. It's so great that we're declaring the Beatles Day here in Los Angeles. I really want to give a shout out to Creative Services, who I think made a beautiful resolution here with the Beatles on there. But it's clear, I was just a young girl when the Beatles first came to the Hollywood Bowl, and just a baby. And I remember asking my dad if there was any way that we would be able to go, and he granted my wish. I invited 3 of my girlfriends. We sat very near the front of the Hollywood Bowl. it was hard to hear the songs because if you remember, every girl would scream at the top of their lungs through every single song. My father, I'm sure, was horrified that we were there and probably regretted taking us. But if you remember, that's when the Hollywood Bowl had the fountain.
Right.
And a few of the screaming women wanted to get closer to their idols, and they jumped into that fountain in the Hollywood Bowl and swam across to try to get to the Beatles. And since then, they concreted it in. It's not there anymore.
Were you one of those women,
but
Ms. Hahn?
I wasn't one of those, but it was a thrill of a life for me. I'm an unabashedly great fan of the Beatles, loved all their songs, probably had all of their albums. Say albums, that's dating us. But I think all my teenage romances were played out to some song of the Beatles, so it's great to honor them. I think they really changed the face of music, not only in this country, but certainly worldwide. My favorite was Paul. I had his posters all over my room. And then I went and saw them again when they came to Hollywood Bowl the next time. So I actually saw them twice in concert and got to meet them. So this is a great thrill for me. Good idea, Tom, making this Beatles Day in L.A.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
First of all, I'll say this about the Beatles. When I was a kid, my sisters and I were all sitting in front of the television set, and Ed Sullivan brought them on, and my sisters went nuts. But today, since I'm 64, will you still need me? Will you still feed me when I'm 64?
Oh, that's beautiful. I want an encore. Let's hear it for Mr. Rosendahl. Good job. Janice, thank you very much. My favorite Beatle was George Harrison, who was so special, and he lived in Los Angeles. His wife, Olivia, grew up in Hawthorne area.
That's right.
We have a special monument in memory of him in Griffith Park. But I'm going to call on Maureen Schultz now, the Senior Vice President of EMI North America. Maureen, on behalf of all of us, Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa, the City Council, and the City Controller, we present this, the Beatle Day in Los Angeles.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we still do need to vote on it.
Just very quickly, on behalf of Capitol Records, our staff, and of course the Beatles, we really appreciate the City Council doing this for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maureen. Good to see you as always. We have one speaker card in Van Nuys, Mr. Zuma Dog, David Saltzberg, excuse me. In Van Nuys.
Yes, thank you so much. I would just like to declare my love to the Beatles and remind people it's not about the cutesy haircuts and all they did is ban the first. Their message of love, their message of spirituality. And they didn't start off that way, but what happens is when you reach a collective consciousness in society, you are blessed by these spirits and you want to reflect it. And nobody did that better than the Beatles. We're talking about higher levels of awareness. I believe that a lot of answers in society are found in those messages, and we need to really go back and listen to what they had to say. They've been a very influential force on me in my life and as a speaker, and I'd just like to say God bless the Beatles and the spirit of George Harrison and John Lennon, who brought such a collective consciousness, and they've uplifted the world. No one has uplifted the universe more than those four people.
Thank you very much. And with that, let's go ahead and open the roll on this proclamation, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved, and we'll send it forthwith. We can also take 24, 25, and 26 together. We have those reports in now. So we'll move the reports. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved, and we're going to, I think, continue to hold 14. We'll put the commissioners up next, if we can take up number 11 first, and like to ask our commissioner nominee to come forward, Ms. Noel Guzman, if you'd like to come to the table, and like to recognize our Planning, Land Use, and Management Chair, Mr. Ed Reyes, to say a few words. You can come all the way to the table, Ms. Guzman, right here. Yeah. Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, we had the privilege of speaking with Ms. Guzman yesterday in committee, and I wanted to ask you, Ms. Guzman, if you don't mind pulling the microphone closer to you. If you could just share with my colleagues experiences that you've articulated, and more significantly, what you wanted to see when you leave this commission. What would you like to see in terms of your impact, your influence, and the changes that you would like to promote? And share a little bit about your volunteerism in working with the community up to this date.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. Well, thank you very much for having me here today. I am part of the Reseda Neighborhood Council, and I've recently got involved there with their public outreach, and I'm very honored to even be considered for this spot on the South Valley Commission for the planning. And my vision for that area of the city is just to really see that community thrive in terms of local impacts to the residents of the area, to the businesses of the area, just really have that community thrive. I've lived in the Valley my entire life. I have a home there. I'm raising my son there, so I'm there for the long term, and really just want to help make decisions that are best for the business and best for residents and property owners there.
One of the questions I posed to Ms. Guzman was related to housing and affordable housing. The middle class in Los Angeles, let alone all the other income groups, are feeling a tremendous amount of pressure on answering the question, where do I live, where can I live? And can you just repeat what you shared with us?
Sure. We had spoken about, I would look at it, affordable housing or any other developers coming into the area on a real case-by-case basis to see what kind of fits in that community. And we had talked about if it's a community where it's along some of the public transit areas, like the Orange Line now, or even out near the Warner Center, where there's a lot of public transportation, more higher density housing typically would fit there, or even affordable housing, which would give them access to more jobs. And if it's an area where it's just single-family homes, one story, then I don't think a multi-unit kind of development would actually fit there. It's more of a case-by-case basis on what fits in that community, both for the businesses and the residents.
So I appreciate those responses. We've been advocating looking at our transit corridors as destinations, but just the significance, understanding the notion of compatibility, what does fit. So again, I encourage and I vote. I thank you, Ms. Guzman, for everything you've done for the city. The future, I think, can be very bright if we take this calmly and be able to analyze these issues on a case-by-case basis, as you said, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And again, thank you for serving the city of Los Angeles.
Thank you.
There still has to be a vote.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Koretz is our next speaker. I'd like to recognize Councilmember Koretz, who is, I believe, close by. Just hold tight for 1 second. He's on the speaker queue, but I think he had to step out for just a moment. Mr. Koretz?
Actually, I'm not sure why I'm being recognized.
You were on the queue. Maybe the button got bumped by accident.
Wasn't, so it must be a mechanical thing.
Sorry about that. All right, so that will be the last speaker. So with that, we'll take the vote. Ms. Guzman, thank you for putting yourself forward for service. It is not an easy job, and it is not a job with a few hours, but it's one that we greatly appreciate, and we certainly will take the vote now to confirm your nomination. So if Madam Clerk, you'll please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Congratulations and welcome aboard. A round of applause for our new commissioner. And our next is number 12 for the Harbor Commission. Mr. Radicic, would like to come forward? Good to see you for reappointment. And I'd like to recognize Ms. Hahn, who is the chair of our... I'd like to recognize Ms. Hahn, the chair of our TCT committee for the reappointment to the Harbor Commission. So.
Where's my, I don't have my notes. What happens to wing it? Oh, am I on?
Sorry, Ms. Hahn, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Well, we actually had Commissioner Radicic in my committee this morning. This is a reappointment for Joe Radisich. And, under our charter that Dennis and I created in 1997, we said that the Airport Commission and the Harbor Commission had to have at least one local representative that lived within the harbor area. So some of the questions we asked this morning were about you, Joe, being that local person, as well as an ILWU representative. So maybe you can share with the council a little bit about, what kind of commissioner does that require you to be as the local person and as the ILWU person in terms of a lot of the issues that come forth, and maybe you can tell us how you think you've done in that role. Thank you very much. Hold my time.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Well, I think the harbor area is predominantly really a blue-collar area. So I don't see this separation between calling somebody a labor person and a community person. To a big extent, we're all one. So I come out of that. I come out of San Pedro, as you guys all know, and I work there as a blue-collar worker, a longshoreman.
However, do you think there is a kind of inherent conflict sometimes between the port's core mission and maybe sometimes some community benefits that San Pedro and Wilmington hope to gain from the port, and how have you kind of worked to solve that?
Yeah, I think we discussed that in your committee. I mean, we do have some concerns. There are two major projects going on right now. The San Pedro Bridge to Breakwater project. I think it has another name now, but
I still call it Bridge to Breakwater.
I still do too. And we also have a Wilmington project as well. And, it's going to cost over $1 billion to do both these projects. And that money is coming off the back of our core business, which is international shipping. So, we have to keep an eye on the store and make sure that the Port of Los Angeles doesn't become too expensive in the near future so we lose business to other ports.
And, obviously, I'm going to make no secret about it. I believe in our core mission out there of moving cargo in and out as efficiently and productively as we can. However, I've certainly been an advocate for the Port of Los Angeles to give back to the community in other ways by building projects that give access to the waterfront. I also think waterfront development is actually good for tourism in Los Angeles, and tourism now is surpassed goods movement as the #1 industry. So we like tourists to come to LA. We like them to come to San Pedro. So I'm going to continue to advocate, obviously, for pushing forward on as much as we can do for the people, really, of California, because we hold that port in trust for them. But I will touch on what you said and being competitive. We just approved the TRAPAC lease, which, when completed, will the throughput coming through that terminal will equal all the containers going through the Port of Oakland. So that's huge. But I did bring up this issue that many people are concerned about, or they at least talk about, is that we're putting a lot of fees on the truckers. We're putting a lot of fee on cargo. We have more fees than sometimes other ports. I know Port of Seattle is actually using that against us. They have a marketing campaign that says, come to the Port of Seattle, we charge nothing, no fees. Speak to that on how are we going in the right direction with those fees? Are we still going to be competitive? Is it important to improve our infrastructure, to have clean trucks while being competitive? And I think you gave a great answer this morning in committee, and I think it's important to get that message out.
Yeah, well, that's a long answer. I would have a long answer to that. In terms of the fees, I think that the port's probably been unfairly portrayed as being the port of fees. And if you look at the fees themselves, there's basically four of them. The Alameda Corridor fee, which the port has no control over. The clean truck fee, which is the port's fees, but in some cases isn't charged if a customer is using a clean truck and comes at night. You have the pier pass fee, which the port really doesn't control. That's been imposed by the terminal operators. And there's another fee. The infrastructure fee. Infrastructure fee, $17, which, although the port gets a black eye for charging that, actually hasn't been implemented yet and may not be implemented in the future. So I think that's a little overblown. It's a marketing strategy put together by other ports to take business away from the Port of Los Angeles.
What will this channel dredging project do for our competitiveness?
The what?
The channel deepening project. What will that do for our competitiveness?
Well, as you know, as we look forward into the future, the ships are getting bigger and bigger. And I believe the biggest ship in the world now is 14,000 TEUs, which are massive. And the advantage that the Port of Los Angeles has is if we deepen the channel, we'll be one of the only ports in the world that can accommodate those large vessels. So it's hugely important. Plus, you have the TRAPAC expansion and the China shipping expansion that depend on this channel deepening. So,
how many days does it take to load or unload those guys?
The big guys? I would say 3-4 days.
3-4 days. I thought it'd be longer because I thought currently it was about 3 or 4 days for the ship to.
Well, I mean, in this economy, the ships are coming in much lighter than they were in the past. So ships are staying less time.
I was going to make a point that if those larger ships do come in fully loaded, it'll probably take a little bit longer for them to be in berth before they turn around and go back out, which is why it's important that we move forward on electrifying all of our terminals to make sure that those ships can plug in instead of burning that bunker fuel when they're in dock for those 3 or 4 days.
I agree.
Let me ask you one more question. We've got a big vote. You have got a big vote, the Harbor Commission, on September 29th. It's a vote that will move forward a long-awaited project, or waterfront project, new terminals, new walkways, ports of call, a lot of things in that waterfront element. It's something that this community, I know, has waited a very long time for. A lot of people have hopes and dreams about a beautiful bridge to breakwater, walkway, promenade, redone ports of call. Big vote. What are you hearing out there in the community? What do you see as any obstacles or hurdles to us moving forward on that project? It's going to be a big vote for your commission, for the people, not only of San Pedro, but again, as I said, I think everybody in the region.
Well, what I'm hearing is that it's about time. You know, it's been many, many years, and the time has come for us to make a decision. So it's not going to be without controversy. There's going to be many elements within the overall plan that will probably be controversial. Some people may not like, but we just got to get it moving. Okay.
Well, thank you. I certainly, agree with that. It's something I've been fighting for since I got elected in 2001. Colleagues, I will recommend that we have a unanimous vote to approve Joe Radisich again on the Harbor Commission. I'm proud that he actually wants to do this some more because I think it's been kind of an interesting experience, probably something that he didn't exactly count on some of the things that have come his way. But we appreciate your service. We know it's a volunteer position, but it's, in my opinion, it's probably one of the most critical commissions in the entire city of Los Angeles. So we thank you for your service.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hahn. And with that, let's go ahead and prepare the roll on the renomination and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Thank you again for your service, and congratulations on your reappointment.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we will go to item number 14, Ms. Hahn. Ms. Hahn, are you okay with item 14? Are you okay with item 14? Okay. We'll go ahead, and I'd like to recognize the chair of our TCT committee, Ms. Hannigan.
Colleagues, today on this item 14, we are reforming our living wage ordinance in the city of Los Angeles. It's been more than 10 years since a previous city council took a very bold move and said, we want to make sure that the contractors who are contracting with the City of Los Angeles provide a wage that people can actually live on. And when we started this, it was somewhere, around $9 if the employer provided health care, and it was a little over $10 if the employer decided not to provide health care. And the thought behind the living wage has always been, let's give an incentive to companies. Either provide health care for your employees, or you can opt out, and you can provide cash instead. And the idea was for it to be an incentive to employers, because what we really want, of course, is that employers would cover their employees with health care. But the problem all this time has been the health care piece was only $1.25. And that really wasn't enough incentive for the employers to provide health care. It was easier just to pay that $1.25 added onto their wage per hour. So it really didn't achieve the goal that I think Los Angeles wanted to accomplish. So today, what I feel is that this living wage that a previous council adopted is really no living wage. There's not a lot of living to do when you don't have health care. And tonight the President of the United States is to be addressing the country, talking about how important it is that we have real health care reform, real health insurance reform, so that every American, particularly those that work hard, have the ability to have access to good quality health care. We know that this is on the national agenda, but I think what we're doing here today, colleagues, is so important. We can go home today knowing that with our vote today, we've actually accomplished something that the country has probably been debating for decades and may not accomplish. We hope they do. But what we're doing today is increasing our living wage, the health care portion, by $4.50. And we think that is an incentive that the employers will say, we want to provide health care insurance. But if they don't want to provide insurance, then they can opt out. We can't mandate that they provide health insurance. But what they have to do then is pay a cash benefit to the employee of $4.50. We think that's fair. We think that's right. We know that many of these airport workers, many of whom are in the audience today, are the people that keep this airport working. These are the people that provide the wheelchairs when passengers need help. These are people that sometimes clean the airplanes. These are people that sometimes that sometimes are asked to search the planes for any suspicious item that might harm our security issues at the airport. So these are the airport workers that really matter. We've heard stories. Many of you have heard the stories of the mother that has to leave work because she has no insurance. And her daughter was bit by a dog, and she waited in the emergency room all day long until she got seen. That's not healthy for her daughter, and it's certainly not helpful for the workforce. We want this workforce to be reliable, stable. We want them there on the job, but you can't if you don't know that your kids or your family are taken care of well. So I believe that by doing this today, colleagues, we will give the kind of incentive to the employers that we've been waiting for. $4.50. Either provide health care, either provide quality health care, or you can opt out. If you don't want to do that, then you have to pay the cash benefit to the employee of $4.50. I think it's time. I think we're ahead of the curve in terms of the national debate. I think with this vote, colleagues, it could be a very proud moment for us, that we've done something positive for people, but we've also done something positive for LAX. Look, we're expending billions of dollars to modernize that airport. We're going to beautify Tom Bradley Terminal. We're going to improve the terminals. We're going to make that a world-class airport. But we cannot just invest in the infrastructure. We have to invest in the people that make that airport work. And I know that people will say, this is a tough time to do this. I know people will say the economy is bad. If we'd have done this, a year and a half ago, it would have been okay. But it is never the right time for employers to add extra benefits to their employees. I didn't see them doing this a year and a half ago. I didn't see any of you bringing this forward a year and a half ago. The fact of the matter, time is now. And if you think the airlines are suffering, if you think the businesses are suffering, if you think the corporations are suffering, then only look into the faces of these workers and you will see real suffering because of the economic times in this country.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Hom.
So, colleagues, the time is now. This is the right time. Let's provide the kind of incentive that the employers are looking for to create health care for their people, or let's give them a way to opt out by paying the cash benefit to the employees. It's the right thing to do. It's the right time to do it. Let's do it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hom. Mr. Rosendahl is our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Ms. Hahn, for your leadership on this issue. We're talking about 25 cents. Can we pull out a quarter? Anybody got a quarter on them? That's all we're talking about is 25 cents on an airline ticket. And for that 25 cents, the folks here in this room don't have to worry anymore about their health care, their family's health care, so that they can go to work in the morning with a big smile on their face and know that their family is taken care of. The president's speaking at 5 o'clock tonight about health care for America. We are in a meltdown when it comes to health care in this country. The richest country on earth, and we don't have health care for our people. This is outrageous. I was just talking to one of the private sector folks from Hudson's, which are one of the concessionaires, and they give a living wage and believe in health care for their workers. So if they can do it, why can't the airlines do it? This is a major moment in our great city of Los Angeles. That's what we get elected for, to represent the people. The people are here in the audience today saying, please give us the strength so that we can go forward with what makes sense. And I say to the airlines, 25 cents. 25 cents on the dollar. What does that mean? That means your workers who go to those various planes and around the alleys and work on security issues, work on convenience, taking people there, they need to get that kind of support. If you look at that airport, everybody else working there has health care. Why shouldn't these 5,000 people have health care? And as Ms. Hahn ended her comments about it, we are in the process of spending literally billions of dollars to modernize that airport, starting with the Tom Bradley Terminal, the People Mover, the Midfield Terminal, the Green Line, the Consolidated Rental. Billions of dollars. And if we can't spend a quarter on the people who work there, we're nuts. So let's do it, folks. Let's do it.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Reyes is our next speaker.
Have a comment?
And Mr. Reyes is next. We've got other speakers. We've got public comment coming as well and all that. Yep. Mr. Reyes.
First, I want to thank my colleagues for their spirited support. I stand to support the workers as well. It's important that we understand that the presence of our workers is very important in our airports. We have tourists from other countries coming in. They want to have healthy workers around them. They want to have healthy services. It can only happen with this type of upgrade in health support. So thank you, colleagues, for your support, for your yes vote. You know, my dad was a janitor for 22 years. And as a janitor, he worked every day. He rarely called in sick. And he did it because he was supporting his family, all 7 children. And he did it because he had pride in himself. And all we want to do today is show you the respect you deserve for the good, hard-earned dollar that you are actually laboring over to serve the city, serve the image of the city, but more importantly, keep your family intact, to provide them health services, and to let them feel strong and confident that their parents are doing everything for them as children, because it's ultimately they are the ones that suffer the most when they don't have health care. So I thank you for your hard work. I thank you for your organizing. And I thank you for being strong in light of all the pressures, in light of everyone that says it can't be done, it's too expensive. We're proving them wrong. So thank you very much. And let's keep going. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Our next speaker is Councilmember Parks. Our next speaker is Mr. Parks. You're up.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could I have the city staff come up, please? We have the city attorney also. Thank you very much. Colleagues, I think the issue, and I want to thank Ms. Hahn for bringing this up, because representing the 8th District, we have about 60% of our population without health care. And for those who do not have health care, they then have to get services through our emergency rooms, which, if we follow the paper, we don't have. And so the issue is, this is a fundamental issue for all of us, and it's very important. I just want to make sure that there's some issues that are tightening it up a little bit, at least from my perspective. So I want to get some answers in the sense of, when we talk about quality health care, is there something that we can highlight or identify as to what those standards are, so that not only the employee, but the council and employers will know what is the level of health care that buys $4 and some cents an hour?
Well, the CAO prepared a report and CLA that looked at it was the Mercer study, that what health care essentially costs to provide coverage for a family. And I don't know if you want to specifically address that. Our ordinance, however, does not set minimum standards. It instead estimates the amount that it would cost to provide health coverage. And if the employer chooses to provide that, in the amount of $425 or greater and does not require an out-of-pocket, then the employer can provide that, or alternatively, they can provide the employee with a cash difference.
So my concern is that none of us will ever read Mercer. And the issue is, as an employer, if they go out and get a plan and give it to an employee, how do we reconcile that the employee knows that they're getting the full benefit of their $4 and some cents? So that's something I think we have to come up with some language that identifies what is a basic plan, or what does the $4.25 pay for. The other issue is that when we provide this amount of money or provide this amount of coverage, I think it's important to incentivize the companies to, and that's what I think we're trying to do, to pay for this, that we don't disincentivize it by saying if you happen to get a quality health plan and it's less than the $425, that you then not disincentivize by saying you now have to pay another $2 to $3 or $1 to the employee to compensate for the $425. I think we need to make sure that we get health care at quality with standards before we get into those other issues. The other thing I was going to ask, and that we can't get a clear answer, several of the jobs that are covered by this on the airport, some of them are concessionaires. And some of the concessionaires, to my understanding, are under a cap of some type as it relates to them paying or selling their product. I'd like to find out how many of the employees or companies that this is being imposed upon are under that cap as to selling their wares, because my concern again is that if you can't sell your product over 15% or whatever above what's on the street, and then we're saying your rent is higher on the airport, your other resources in the sense of doing business there is on a little higher, then we say we're going to charge an additional living wage on this issue. How would they then be able to compensate if they're under a cap on selling their goods? And I can understand that possibly those that are under wheelchairs and things of that nature, contracts are not the ones we're dealing with, but those vendors that are paying or selling T-shirts or food, are they part of this particular ordinance?
Any existing contractor that's currently subject to the living wage would be subject to this increase, and that would include any subcontractor or contractor doing business with the airport. So yes, concessionaires would be subject to it. I'm not familiar with the cap. If there is one, my assumption is that it's probably something that is imposed in leases. So we're saying that a concessionaire cannot charge more at the airport than they do other places. So certainly, depending on the lease terms, that provision may need to be negotiated. I'm looking around to see if we have anybody here from the airport who may be more familiar with that cap. But that's something that can be looked at separately, if you like.
The thing is, and again, if we can get those kinds of issues resolved, I have a mini motion circulating, I was just talking to Ms. Hahn about, that addresses those points that deal with the issue of, in the area of opting out, or whether an employee, if it's offered as a standardized plan, can an employee opt out? And I understand they can't if it's meets certain standards.
Correct. So long as the employer provides health benefits, currently it would be $1.25, but under the new ordinance, whether it's $4.25 or $4.50, so long as the employer is providing benefits that equal that value or more and do not require the employee to come out of pocket, it's not the employee's choice as to whether to opt out.
So that out-of-pocket issue is the one that they then could opt out if they have to, an insurance plan that's more expensive and they have to go in their pocket, then they have the ability to opt out.
Right.
Okay. And then the other issue is that the standards. It seems as though we have to find a way to identify standards, or else in 2 to 3 years we'll be back here talking about standards just as we were about whatever the time that the last ordinance went in place, and we all knew $1.25 couldn't pay for insurance. What we find 10 or 12 years later is the $1.25 was not necessarily, the companies didn't buy it, nor did the employee. And so it just adds to our overall lack of health care in the community.
Well, the good news there is that we don't have to reinvent the wheel if that's the direction that council chooses to go in. There are models currently in existence, such as in the county and city of San Francisco, where they do give the employer the choice of providing health care that meets certain minimum standards, and they specify they delegate to the health director the authority to set those standards, and then they're approved by a commission, or then to pay the higher cash rate. And so if that's the direction that the council should choose to go, we can amend the ordinance to provide that type of
Thank you very much. And colleagues, I think this is something that gives the city the ability to not wait for the federal universal health care, but I think we have to make sure it is truly a health care plan so that our residents and those who work for us are actually getting a quality health care plan with certain standards, and that we can ensure that the money is being spent for that, and then we can ensure that we will see at some point in time the issue of people not having to use our emergency rooms as a reason for getting the primary health care they need. And I think Ms. Hahn hit it perfectly, is that this is not a privilege, it's a right that people have health care, and we should support that. But the real issue is we need to make sure how it's spent, and that it's also going to dictate in the sense that we're going to get the quality health care that we're asking employers to pay for. I'd also like for those on the amending motion that we circulated under item 1, that last word should be employee as opposed to employer. So if we can correct that, I appreciate it. But I'd ask that this amending motion go, and we view it hopefully as a friendly amendment, that we go forward as we approve this ordinance.
I would just like to say that we would need to revise the changes to the ordinance required by this amendment would require us to take it back and to come back on another council meeting day to present that ordinance.
Thank you. We'll take our public comment cards now. And we have Daryl Benton is our first speaker. After that will be Maria Elena Durazo. After that is Carolina Briones. We'll do a minute per speaker. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Council President Garcetti and members of the City Council. My name is Daryl Benton. I am Senior Vice President of Business Development with Hudson Group. We operate under the brand of Hudson News. Hudson operates more than 500 newsstands, bookstores, cafes, and premier specialty retail shops in 70 airports, transportation terminals throughout North America. Prior to joining Hudson, I was Director of Properties in the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program for the Orlando International Airport. We've had the privilege of operating at Los Angeles Airport since 2003, generating on average over $15 million per year in revenue to the city and to the airport. On August 12th of this year, our company submitted a letter to the Trade, Commerce, and Tourism Committee supporting the proposal before City Council to update the health care portion of the living wage ordinance. I think we've circulated that letter to you this morning. Hudson has been providing family health care to our employees since we began operation at LAX. Our position may not be popular with all of our peers, but we believe it's of great benefit to our employees.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Maria Elena Durazo, and after that is Carolina Briones.
Good morning, buenos dias. We are here on behalf of the Los Angeles County Federation of Labor with over 300 unions and representing 800,000 workers to support the living wage amendment to give family health insurance to all of these workers and the passenger service workers at LAX. I'm asking this, and we remember, brothers and sisters, members of the council, when the original living wage ordinance was passed, there were lobbyists and those who said it's a job killer. You can't survive this. This is terrible. It's a bad omen, on and on and on. Members of the council, we hear this every time that workers are taken into account that it's a job killer. It is not a job killer if you provide family health insurance to workers who work so hard. We have a first-class airport, first-class world airport. We cannot treat the workers as second-class citizens without health insurance.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And I want to say that our economy and this industry is going to be restructured when workers are a part of the restructuring. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Maria Elena. Carolina Briones. After that will be Mike Garcia.
Good morning, Carolina Briones with the LA Alliance for a New Economy and member of the Reaching Higher for Healthcare Coalition who's here today. Just want to make a couple quick points. We strongly support this amendment to the living wage ordinance, and we support the $3.25 increase as the right amount that's really going to achieve the policy goal, which is providing family health care for airport workers, because it's actually based on the number of hours worked by airport workers, which is a key point to take into consideration. In order to make sure that this amount is enough, we must take into account the hours worked. Another couple quick points on some of the issues that have been raised today around making sure that employees are actually getting the benefits. It's already clear in the ordinance that it's the employer choice to provide benefits or cash wages, so any additional clarification of that is really not necessary. It's already quite clear in the ordinance. It's the employer's decision to provide benefits. And what this increase will do is provide a very strong incentive for employers to provide benefits to get payroll tax deductions. And just also really quickly, other ideas that have been raised about creating standards, we feel those are very legally questionable and also not necessary. And then the issue of price caps, there are already over 80% of employers that employ 80% of the concessions workers are already providing family health care operating under the existing pricing structure.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Mike Garcia is our next speaker. Morning.
Good morning, City Council people. I want to thank the City Council for considering this motion before you and the hard work of Janice Hahn, Bill Rosendahl, and all the leaders on the Council to prepare this resolution before you. The Council has led the way in supporting janitors, security officers, and airport workers. It led the way in the resurgence of the labor movement. The LA Times article published just on Labor Day announced that LA County leads the country in unionization, leads the country in lifting workers out of poverty, and I want to thank you for your support over the years. This issue before you today strikes at the heart of the healthcare debate. Business on the national scene is fighting the public option, yet here today they want to push people and continue people on the public option, forcing them to emergency room treatment that we all know is expensive and unaffordable and busting our state budget. We urge you to approve the $3.25 an hour option. We urge you to do the right thing once again for the workers across LA County and once again for the members of Service Employees International Union, USWW, and Airport Workers United. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Philip Huber. Next speaker is Philip Huber. Philippe. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Philip Huber. I'm the president of Hallmark Aviation. We have about 450 employees at LAX, service employees, and more than half of them are full-time employees. I'm a strong believer in health insurance and decent salaries. It's the right thing to do for companies, it's good for the employees, and it's good for the airport too. Since over 20 years, we provide health insurance for the full-time employees, free of charge with a small contribution for family coverage. But I'm still here to ask for your help, because with the current setup or program on the table, I most probably have to cancel the health insurance and just pay the higher wages. Now, why is that? We already pay the higher wages and health insurance, but how the ordinance is written, if an employee now works, let's say, 100 hours, and the value, you
can finish your sentence, go ahead.
And the value is $450 per month, we are fine. It's $4.50 per hour. However, our employees work sometimes 32 hours, 40 hours or whatever, and so the pay rate changes. Logistically, I can't manage every 2 weeks to recalculate the salary so that I comply with the $4.50 value.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
San Francisco works fine for us. Thank you for considering.
Thank you, Mr. Huber. Robin Wilson is our next speaker. And after Robin Wilson will be Marilia de la Torre. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Robin Wilson. I worked at LAX for 6 years. I'm a security officer who guards sensitive areas of the airport. Because we do not have health care, a lot of people I work with leave looking for better jobs. That makes it hard for people there to do their jobs well. We do everything from conducting airplane searches to assisting with wheelchair passengers. It is important that it is important that we are trained well and that we are experienced people, and we have experienced people doing these jobs. I know these times are hard. The news has made it crystal clear to everyone that we're all in a cash crunch. We've seen our hours cut at the airport by 20% or more, and we're making every sacrifice to help out where we can. Now more than ever, our families are in crisis. We have got to find answers to this health care problem for people that work hard. Sorry. May I finish?
If you can just conclude a couple more seconds.
Okay. I urge you guys to please, please, please vote for family health care. All the workers here need it. I need it. My children need it. My husband needs it. Everybody here needs your vote. So please, please vote for family health care. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marilia de la Torre. Marilia de la Torre. Is there Marilia de la Torre? Okay, if not, Dinora Vasquez.
Hola, buenos días. Mi nombre es Dinora Velázquez. Soy una madre con 4 hijos.
My name is Dinora Velázquez.
Tengo 3 años trabajando en limpieza en la Terminal 5.
Un momento, ¿me permite?
Para la compañía World Service.
Señora.
Trabajo en la rampa, que es la parte donde están los aviones.
Good morning, my name is Dinora Velázquez. I am a mother of 4 children. I've been working at the terminal for 3 years as a janitor at Terminal 5. I work at the ramp, the place where the airplanes are. My company does not offer health insurance.
Donde trabajo hay el peligro de contagiarme de cualquier enfermedad, porque hay equipaje y muchas otras cosas más.
Where I work, I run the risk of coming in contact with contagious diseases because of the luggage and everything that's around there.
Tengo miedo de contagiarme y después ir y contagiar a mis hijos. En caso de contagiarme yo o mis hijos, ¿cómo podría hacerle para pagar todos estos gastos que se me vendrían encima?
Every day I'm afraid of getting sick with any of these diseases because I run the risk of spreading that to my children. And what would I do if I had to come home and my children have no health insurance?
Hace 2 años fui al dentista con mi hija. Tuve que pagar $1,000 para arreglar sus dientes. Y tuve que pagar con una tarjeta de crédito porque lo que yo gano es $1,600.
2 years ago, I had to take my daughter to the dentist, and I ended up paying $1,000 out of pocket to take care of her dental work. I had to put those $1,000 into my credit card.
¿Cómo podría yo pagar $1,000 si gano $1,600 por mes? Y después, ¿cómo le podría hacer para pagar la comida, la renta y mis biles?
I make $1,600 a month. How could I afford to pay $1,000 for my daughter's dental insurance?
Por estas razones y por muchas más es que necesitamos el seguro médico.
It's for these reasons and others that we need health insurance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Claudia de Leon. Claudia de Leon. And then after that will be Nancy Gomez. Good morning.
Good morning, Council Member. Good morning, President. My name is Clara De Leon. I work at LAX Airport, and I work for a private company. One of my duties is to search the plane for bombs and dangerous items. In March of this year, my son Christopher was beaten in the eye by a dog. We rushed him to the closest emergency room, but they wouldn't take him because we didn't have no insurance. Then we took him to the closest, sorry, I'm just nervous. It's just pain in my heart because this happened and it's not possible.
You're doing
San
great.
Francis took my baby and we wait for a whole day in emergency room. We finally find a doctor who will treat him without insurance. And when we went to a surgery, after 24 hours, we first brought him in. We went back to a doctor after his surgery. Can I finish, Mr.
Just
President?
briefly, just to keep it consistent, we appreciate.
The doctor said that his vision's going to be okay, but I know the scars and he's leaking in his eye is not. My baby's so strong and so brave, and I'm looking at him playing and laughing, and he doesn't understand what happened, but I do. I know that we don't have money to take him to a specialist to fix his leaking, but it's not possible in this country to wait for 24 hours because we don't have health care.
Right.
It's not possible. We work very hard in the airport to make the airport safe and everything. We also have 100 community members who sign the cards. You can see it in the back of thousands of employees. We need help here, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments today. Nancy Gomez is next. After that is Mickey Oski.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to hear our comments. My name is Nancy Gomez. I'm with Health Access California, an organization that works towards securing health care reform for everyone. We are on the verge of passing an amendment that will allow thousands of families the opportunity to have quality health care coverage for the first time. This is long overdue. It's 10 years overdue. I'm glad that the Council recognizes that at a time when more unemployed Californians are straining state services, it doesn't make sense for employed people to also be on the state services. We're all making sacrifices. Airlines are now charging $7 for a pillow, $7 for a blanket. I am sure they can find a way to cover health care for their employees. And this being Beatles Day, I just want to let you know my favorite song is Let It Be. So let it be that the City Council today passes this amendment. Thank you very much.
I thought you were going to say it was a hard day's night, but appreciate it. Mickey Oski is our next speaker, and then Rebecca Pizzatola.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Mickey Oski. I'm a member of this coalition from Westside Progressives. I'd like to especially thank Bill Rosendahl for coming back to his seat and giving a rousing message on our behalf. I'd like to welcome, on behalf of Westside Progressives, Paul Koretz to his seat. He's been a friend of ours, and we are very well represented in the West Side. I'd especially like to thank Janice Hahn and her committee for her leadership. What can I say? As a community member, I use the airport for 25 cents. I get a safer airport. People in Los Angeles won't understand what you've done today, but I will know that you've spread the cost. If I have to pay 50 cents more for a hamburger, trust me, people don't go to buy books and hamburgers, but when they're there, if they're hungry, they pay whatever it takes. Pilots are a member of our coalition. They want to make sure that people who do safety checks on airlines are healthy and have health insurance. We've spoken to all of you. I'm proud of all of you. Let's not just make this pass. Let's have a majority vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Rebecca Pizzatola. And after that are Marisol Cruz and Maria Verdasco-Smith.
Hi, sorry. My name is Rebecca Pizzatola. I'm the Director of Statewide Programs for Insure the Uninsured Project. And what we do is work with a variety of stakeholders to increase health care coverage for California's uninsured. So today we have LAX workers who are working daily exposed to tons of illness and injuries. And in the case of infectious disease, they bring home this illness to their families and communities. Now, almost 60% of workers covered by the living wage are women, and many of them have families. We need to ensure that these wives and mothers can care for their families. Many LAX workers live in areas like South LA and nearby communities to the airport, where rates of uninsurance are as high as 60%. These are some of the highest rates of uninsurance in all of the county. Now today we won't be able to solve the whole healthcare dilemma, but we can make a significant change for 5,100 workers and their families. We need to vote to get the living wage in line with other major California cities. Now, Insure the Uninsured Project and I stand with the City Council in supporting a better future for airport workers and their families. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Marisol Cruz. our school board members from Lennox School District. Welcome. Good to have you here.
Thank you. My name is Marisol Cruz, Lennox School District Board of Trustees.
My name is Maria Verduzco Smith, Lennox School Board Trustee.
We are here today to advocate for LX workers whose children we serve today.
Amendment to the living wage and good health benefits provide our parents the opportunity to get involved in our schools.
Our students' academic achievement depends on the school-parent partnership, and we ask for your support for LAX workers to receive good benefits through salary and health care.
Remember that healthy families make for a future that we need here in America.
Thank you.
Roberto Calderon and John Dudley.
Good morning to City Council. It's a pleasure to be here. The two of us are representing the Airline Pilots Association that actually represents 42,000 commercial pilots in our country, Canada and Mexico. This forced workforce is being called invisible force sometimes. For the two of us and for 40,000 commercial pilots around the country, it's not invisible at all. In fact, there's no way we can actually do our job without them. They do security, do the wheelchairs, they make sure that everybody is comfortable by the time they get in our airplanes. Every time I take off, I got 200 passengers with me. I cannot be thinking about how insured my family is, my kids are, my wife, or my family. I want to make sure that they have the same peace of mind every time they do their jobs. And I don't want to be thinking, when I'm flying that aircraft, that they're not, in their minds, that they're not doing their job. We urge you to support them. We urge you to pass the resolution today and for them to have the same privilege that we have, health insurance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Floyd McKeithen. Floyd McKeithen.
Good morning. My name is Floyd McKeithen. I am the senior pastor of the Westchester United Methodist Church located at 8065 Emerson Avenue. My congregation serves the LAX corridor and communities north of the airport. You are on the verge of being able to create access to health care for 5,000 employees of the LAX contractors and their family members. Now is the time to act. It is not time to delay. The religious associations in our area have seen a dramatic increase in the number of families with full-time working members who are struggling, and many of those are failing in the struggle. You can make a difference in the lives of these families and in the vitalities of our neighborhoods. If this passes, workers can have health care as soon as January 2010. It will be the dawn of a new decade and make a difference in the lives of these families. Every faith tradition holds that a sacred measurement of character is how one who struggled are cared for. In our city, you have the power to meet the measure of character.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Arnold Sachs. Arnold Sachs. Is Mr. Sachs still here?
Good morning. Revise the living wage ordinance at the airport only. Maria Elena Durazo, what about the rest of the city that's under the living wage ordinance? What about those workers? Do they not get the same support? No. Employees are given the option of health care or paying a higher raise. Not the employees, employers. How many people in this room get a paycheck other than the two pilots from the airlines? So you're not going to get benefits from the airlines with a pay raise. This is a crap sandwich served on crap bread. Yes, you're entitled to health care benefits. Yes, you're entitled to health care benefits. But who took away the health care benefits in the first place? The city council, when they enacted the living wage ordinance that allowed businesses to either give you the option of not having health care or paying you $1.25 more. Now you'll get a big pay raise of $3. Remember, you're going to pay taxes on that.
Our next speaker will be Mr. Michael Hunt. Mr. Michael Hunt.
If you sit down, you don't want it.
Mr. Hunt, are you speaking into the microphone?
Okay, thank you. I think that these guys deserve $20 an hour with health benefits so that if you guys get 15, you guys are still doing good and you guys don't lose nothing. You guys are the workers that are behind the scenes. Without you guys, they don't have no airlines. You guys always remember that.
Madam President, he should be directing his comments to the council.
Stop the clock for a second. Stop the clock for a second. Mr. Hunt? Okay. Oh, okay. All right, go ahead. Mr. Hunt, please direct your comments into the microphone. Thank you.
People that's trying to live and take care of their family. I'm for people that's trying to take care of their family, eat, and take care of their kids and have health benefits. That's all this is about. Give them their money, give them the wages, and stop cheating them. The airport, we can afford 50 cents per ticket, not 25%. Let's give them the best, just like you guys got. You guys got a $175,000 paycheck. Give it to them.
Mr. Sam Garrison. Sam Garrison. Is Sam Garrison present? Sam Garrison. All right. Mr. Garrison's not present. Steve Johnson. Oh, Mr. Garrison.
Sam Garrison. I'm with the LA Chamber of Commerce, and we are proud to be one of the most active proponents in the business community in support of expanding health care, supporting the expansion of the Children's Health Insurance Program, and the reopening of Martin Luther King Drew. And we also believe that everyone should have access to quality, affordable health care. And we also believe that we should keep LAX competitive with airports around the nation, which is why we encourage this council as you move forward on the final ordinance to work to address the concerns raised by Councilmember Parks, to address the concerns raised by Hallmark Aviation, and make sure that all of these employees are either provided with employer-based health care or the additional salary benefits that are going to cover health care are used to purchase health care. And finally, we hope the city will follow the model, the very successful model that was enacted in San Francisco that the UC Berkeley Labor Center study concluded was the exemplary model of a high road economic policy. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Steve Johnson is our next speaker. Steve Johnson.
Good morning, Council President Garcetti and members of the City Council. My name is Steve Johnson. I'm Senior Vice President for HMS Host. We're the largest concession employer at the airport with over 1,000 employees at LAX. We are for the proposal before the City Council to update the health care portion of the living wage, and we are for anything that betters the life of the workers of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Marilia de la Torre. Is Marilia de la Torre? Well, okay, I guess that's our last card then. That's our final card for the speaker cards. And now we will go to the queue, our first speaker being Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith.
Oh, really? Thank you very much, Madam President. And to Ms. Hahn, I want to say to you, Janice, you have been a great champion for the workers of this city. I honor that. I respect that. You are due every accolade that they bring you, and I congratulate you on that. But I do have to ask some questions. Mr. Miller, I'm looking at the report that was sent from the committee. When it talks about setting a rate, it says there is a compelling justification to amend the $1.25 per hour. It goes on to say, in setting the amount, a balance should be struck between compelling mandate to provide health care and the business climate in which the change in rate will take place.
That was what you wrote in your report. Is that correct? Do you know what the current business the business conditions in this city, in this country, in this world are?
Yes, it's a terrible business climate at the moment.
Do you know what the bankruptcy rate was in the month of May alone?
I do not.
Nationwide?
I don't.
Okay. It was 120,000 business bankruptcies in this country, 40% above last year. Why do businesses go broke? There's not enough revenue. I mean, we're looking at that as a city, aren't we? So business bankruptcies are up 40% in this country, and it's because they don't have cash to operate. What is the unemployment rate in the city of L.A. currently?
Currently, the official unemployment rate, I believe, in the county is around 11.3%, but that doesn't include those who are no longer looking for work.
Correct. So we have one of the highest unemployment rates in the history of the city, modern history, highest bankruptcy rates in the country in modern history, and we want to put additional burden on business. Is that what this is going to do, essentially?
Well, it would clearly increase costs to businesses, but that was one of the issues that we were dealing with, the competing priorities of the City Council in providing for health care and the impact on business. My staff, and Ms. Hollis can address it, and the CAO staff attempted to get detailed information about what these costs actually would mean to the bottom line. Okay. We don't know what percentage of the total costs these employees constitute. In essence, we looked for information that would demonstrate what the impact on the businesses would be from this increase, and we didn't receive it. So absent that information, we did agree that the council policy to provide health care to employees would lead us to recommend the increase.
Okay. And I understand that, and I concur. The question is, where did we come up with this $4.25 then?
It was a study that the CEO reviewed from Mercer, and in essence, it calculated the total cost of providing a health care package to a family of four, divided by the hours worked.
And that was based on what? A Mercer study of what?
Mercer study. Yeah.
Of what?
It was based on a study that the CAO's office commissioned.
For this particular project?
That's right.
So it was a cost-benefit analysis?
No, it was looking at the average cost of providing health care for a family. And that's what the analysis concluded.
So it was just an analysis on what the cost factor is. There was no cost-benefit analysis done?
Well, that wasn't the question that we were seeking to answer. The question we were seeking to answer is exactly what it costs on average to provide health care to a family.
Okay.
And so that's the question that we instructed our
so it was a very limited focus.
Well, it was specific to that question, yes.
To that question only. It wasn't a cost-benefit analysis. It was not a economic impact study on what the impact would be to the employers who employ all these people that could force some of them into bankruptcy. It was just focused on the one issue alone. So ladies and gentlemen, I would say to you, and not to be too biblical here, but why not? Okay, why not? If you look at Ecclesiastes, it says, to everything there's a season. This may not be the season to do that. The climate is not right to do this. This is the wrong time. I concur with you. There is a need. I think we need to know what the actual dollar amount is, but you've given us a dollar amount. The question will be, what will be the impact? To that question, I think Mr. Park's amendment answers the question. It says, if it is indeed for the health care issue, then let them show us they are getting health care, and we'll see that the employer be responsible. This should not be a guise for a pay raise in an economic economy in which there's deflation rather than inflation, whether there's loss of jobs, whether there's loss of businesses. This is not the time for that kind of policy. If this is only on the health care issue, then we should look at Mr. Park's amendment and say his solves that problem. Let them have health care and let them show that, and they will then have that money. But not to be just guise as a pay raise, and that is what this really is a pay raise in the worst economic times in a modern American history. So I urge you, without the economic impact study, without a cost-benefit analysis, to just focus on the one point, and that is health care as defined by the one study we have, that's the only study we have, and approve Mr. Park's amendment to this motion, which will then provide that only. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Alarcon?
Members, I was here in 1997 when we passed the living wage ordinance, and I was very proud to support it. In fact, I'm a little bit confused because I sort of liked it when the Chamber of Commerce said the sky was falling, and I liked it when the business owners at the airport were saying this is the worst thing that you could do because it's going to spread and the economy is going to fail. But that hasn't been the case. What has happened, in fact, is that we have provided a few workers the ability to be better consumers and therefore spend their dollars in other businesses. So, you know, you can look at this a lot of different ways, but I think this is the time, this is the season, this is when we should move forward to be in a leadership position in the city of Los Angeles. And bottom line is we got to stop being so greedy, and that's exactly what is happening at the airport. Frankly, this provision of a medical care proviso is not going to make these workers whole. They still have long-term needs. I want to introduce a motion to make our pension system public. Make our public pension system truly public and let workers like these access our pension system. That will give them the long-term future. Right now, we're just trying to get them by so that they can provide drugs for their kids. My wife was in Osco the other day, and there was a woman who was crying because she couldn't find she couldn't pay for a salve to put on her child who had obvious bleeding things on all over their face, and she was crying because she couldn't pay for it. You know, my wife is fortunate she paid for that worker, and that kid got that medicine, but that is not the way for our system to work. So, and by the way, I disagree with Mr. Parks. I appreciate the mathematics of what you're saying, but I don't want to drive these companies to the least health care that they can find for a lower cost. I want them to provide a good health policy. And $4.50, the analysis that we authorized said that $4.50 was the amount that was going to provide. Now, if that goes into the individual pockets of these workers as opposed to a medical plan, you think they're not going to spend $4.50 on medical care? Give me a break. Anybody who's had to pay for real health care out of their pocket knows that they can't possibly afford it, and $4.50 will not give them the ability to buy an individual family program of health care because they simply couldn't afford it. The analysis would have told you that too, because they didn't analyze it from that perspective. An individual family cannot afford health care on $4.50. So I think we did the right thing. We did the study. The study showed that if we want to provide health care to these workers, and we believe they deserve it, and I know you do in your hearts, why should these workers who are providing as much a service to the city of Los Angeles not get health care when all the other workers for the city of Los Angeles do get health care? There's something wrong with that. And so just as in 97, for me, it was a slam dunk, although I have to say I did sort of enjoy the challenge of voting against the big business folks. In this case, I want to applaud the LA Chamber of Commerce for the position that you have taken. You understand now that this is not contrary to the needs of our business community. This is exactly what Henry Ford meant when he said, if my workers aren't making enough, they will not be able to buy the cars. If these workers aren't making enough, they will not be able to contribute to our economy. Let's give them what they deserve. Let's make LA healthier.
Thank you, Mr. Malicon. Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Garcetti is our next speaker. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon, and it's a pleasure to follow you. I want to thank everybody, first of all, who took time out of their day to be here. And it's not just today, because you've been here many, many days. And those days cost you money, and they cost you time with your families, and they cost you time in the community. So let me thank you for taking that time to be here. It means a lot to us. first and foremost. You know, there's been a lot of talk about healthcare in America recently, and it gets caught up in policies and numbers, and we forget the human face of healthcare. The families, the individuals, the parents, the children, and you've put a human face on that healthcare. I want to apologize for the short time we had to hear from each speaker, and as the presiding chair at the time, for hurrying you along, but I didn't mean to cut short stories that were incredibly moving and incredibly powerful. They're real stories, and there are neighbors, there are friends, there are relatives, there are constituents, they are Los Angeles. I agree that in the past we've heard this would be an economy killer, but I would argue the opposite. This has enhanced the economy that we have here in Los Angeles. We have a stronger city today because we have refused to throw this obligation on all Angelenos, to send people to inferior health care in emergency rooms, where the health care is worse, where the cost is higher, and where we leave people barely getting by. And I agree with you, Mr. Smith, that many times we've seen that many workers don't take the health care part. They take the money. So they don't take the health insurance. But unfortunately, that's the strategy that a lot of working poor people have to take in America today, because that is their strategy for health care. They gamble that they won't get sick this month or next month, and they can save something up for something catastrophic that even many basic health insurance plans don't cover. And that should be something sobering, because we don't celebrate a huge victory today, though it is a sizable and important one. What we do is we recognize that that is the choice for individuals to make, because they know what is best with their budgets and with their health care and with their families. And we trust them to make those decisions for themselves, while we hope that there is an economy that lifts them to even higher heights, through an education system that gives their children a chance to get scholarships and go to college and to be earners that will lift them all out of the poverty that they work every day and stay in. And when people say, why does the city do this? Here's the bargain. You see, we ask for the entire city's money to build something like an airport, which allows airlines and restaurants and others to do business. So it is fair to ask something back of them when we are using public money that subsidizes their business. That's why this is different than just doing something in the free marketplace. We will give you our money, we will make your businesses strong, but we expect you to make your employees and the city strong in exchange as well. So I ask my colleagues who have introduced a very fair motion today that deserves, I think, also some legal analysis, to look at that, to study that. No ordinance is ever written in stone that we can't make those changes if necessary. But I ask that we pass this today unanimously. We know if it doesn't pass today unanimously, it'll go over a week. We aren't here a week from now, so that will mean 2 weeks from yesterday, Tuesday, it will pass with only necessary of a majority, not a unanimous vote. That's the rules of the City Council. But I ask today that when all of these folks are here, that we pass this, that we give genuine study to the motion that Mr. Smith and Mr. Parks have put forward, but that we stand as this city has stood before, as a city that not only lifts up the economy, not only lifts up the airport, but lifts up the working people that are the backbone of what makes Los Angeles great. Thank you.
Mr. Koretz? Mr. Koretz.
Yeah, I almost didn't say anything because I think this is really a no-brainer for us. What we're doing is we're guaranteeing, even with this increase, a really minimal, barely living wage. We can't do less. And I wrote West Hollywood's living wage at the same time that LA wrote its living wage a number of years ago when I was on the West Hollywood City Council. People said in both cities how terrible it would be for the business community. I don't think anyone thinks that West Hollywood's business community is anything but thriving. And the fact that we did the right thing certainly didn't do any harm. In fact, guaranteeing that everyone has a minimal, barely living wage, I think is the only option for us. We can't be asking these folks that do the work for the city of Los Angeles, as we represent, without giving them decent treatment and decent health care. And so I'll be proud if we pass this absolutely no-brainer ordinance, in my view, today, and if not 2 weeks from today, and treat these folks that work for us and our residents with dignity and with decency and health care. Thank you.
Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas.
I know there's a lot of perspectives that have been talked about as far as, is this the right amount? What is it going to do to the economy? What is it going to do to these corporations or what have you? I predict that should this measure pass the council, we will see a few tears, perhaps in some boardrooms of some big corporations. But I do predict that we'll have less tears like those parents who can't afford to take care of their children's health for many, 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 many years to come. I grew up in a family where I was the youngest to be born, the youngest of 11. My other brothers and sisters grew up where my father was a union laborer, local 300 laborer, and we had health insurance. And I was born under health insurance, but I didn't grow up under health insurance because my father became a gardener without the benefit of being a union worker. So I remember whenever I got a toothache, I'll give you an example, my mom didn't used to take us to the dentist because we couldn't afford it. She would get some cotton and she would put an aspirin in it and she'd say, bite on this. It probably made me feel a little better, like something was happening, but it didn't help my tooth. It was still aching and it still was infected, and eventually I was able to see a dentist. That kind of example brings real tears. That kind of example is not the kind of dignity that most Americans expect for people who work in America. And at one of the busiest airports in the world, the workers at our airport at LAX should not have to live that kind of life. It is embarrassing. It's a shame. So to me, this is an opportunity to not do the perfect thing, but an opportunity to do the right thing. And this is a day where I want to commend my colleague, Janice Hahn, for towing the line and bringing this forward as far as it's come to give us the opportunity to do the right thing. Your father would be proud, Janice, your father would be proud. And also, Maria Elena Durazo, if you're still here, I know you and I have had our disagreements, but 90-point-some% of the time we tend to agree. But I want to say that this is a proud moment, that if Miguel Contreras were here today, he'd be very proud of you and all of you. And when I got elected, just like 99.9% of every person who runs for office in this country, at one point or another, we always say, I want to get elected to represent the people who don't have a voice. And to me, that's what this initiative represents today. People who have for too long have not had a voice. So today I push this button because I think this is well written and not perfect. And I push this button to say yes on this motion because when I ran for office, I promised my mother that I would not forget where I came from. Like Miguel Contreras, like Kenneth Hahn, Maria Cárdenas is not here anymore. But I am to carry on what is right, again, not perfect, but to do what is right. And some people might be upset about that, but that's okay. If that means I don't get reelected, that's okay. At least I know while I was here, on issues like this, I did the right thing. Congratulations.
All right, Mr. Alarcon. Mr. Alarcon, for the second time.
I understand Ms. Hahn and Mr. Parks are trying to work something out? Yes, we are. And so they asked me to stand up and finish my speech. I thought I was finished, but if I had more to say, I might say that this is not about the sky falling, it's about the workers rising. And when workers rise, that is not something for business to fear, because that only empowers them to be stronger, to be purchasers of products that will enable businesses to be stronger. It's a cyclical thing. It's called our American capitalist economy. But it won't work if workers are being forced out of their homes into rental situations because they can't afford to make the payments. It won't work if they can't supply their children with the medicines they need, if they can't pay for the seniors who are living with them at home and unable to access health care. It won't work if they do not have the minimum needs necessary to be able to provide for their families. Many years ago, I think it was about the 1600s, the societies I believe it was in the Norway area, was a very strong society economically. But they chose not to invest in their lower class, their working class. What they did was they accumulated amazing wealth at the top. They created a rental society, and I would bet that most of the people in the audience are renting, not owning, so that over 70% of their population eventually were not able to own a home. We are now in Los Angeles are at a place where more than 70% of the population does not own the home that they live in. They are renting. That society fell apart. It fell apart because it couldn't uphold the consumerism necessary to hold up the wealth, and it fell apart. Los Angeles can fall the same way if we do not empower our workforce to take care of their minimum needs in a way that is healthy for our consumerism, our economy. They must be able to own homes someday. And only by having that asset will they be able to get through life's trials and tribulations with the asset that will provide them with the collateral necessary to get the credit they need to take the loan to take care of their kid when they're sick. That's the kind of economy that we need to build. That's the kind of economy that we are trying to build as Janice Hahn and Mr. Parks are finishing this work. And I hope that they are real close, because I got no more to say. I just want to vote on this thing.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon. Thank you. If need be, I may call on you to go for another 2 minutes. So just make sure you stay hydrated. Oh, Mr. Labange, this is the one time when I'm going to let you talk without pressing your button.
Is it possible, Madam President, to hold this on the table so they continue to work this out? We run these other issues and come back right now because they're very close. Okay?
Is that what Mr. Hahn and Miss Hahn and Mr. Parks, are they in agreement? Hold it on the table?
Yes, as long as I don't lose Ed.
I don't think he's going anywhere.
No, he does. He is excused. He's excused at noon, and he is leaving.
All right, we'll have to move quickly. All right. Okay, great. All right, we're going to hold this on the table. Pending resolution. Very good.
Madam President, if you can
Yes.
explain to the audience exactly the procedure that we did. So
Yes,
they know.
what we are doing
Stage
right
it.
now is Ms. Hahn and
Well, if we're holding this special one,
we're holding special one. Yes, we'll do that next. We are holding this item on the desk. Mr. Parks and Ms. Hahn are discussing a potential resolution to all the issues, and we will go to the next item, and hopefully they'll be ready in a minute, and then we'll be able to come back and finish this item. So in the meantime, hold this item on the desk, Madam Clerk, and I would encourage you all to remain and not go. I don't think it will be too long. And in the meantime, we will go to Special 1.
And that's a motion presented by Councilmember Koretz, and the city attorney will speak to the findings.
Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam President. Since the posting of today's agenda, water mains ruptured on September 5th near Coldwater Canyon and September 8th near Laurel Canyon, causing flooding and property damage. Immediate action is required for staff to brief council in an open meeting in order to inform the public of the status of the repairs. Council must first make findings pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2 before considering the substantive motion.
Thank you very much. Our first speaker will be Mr. Yes, I'm sorry. Open the roll on the findings. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
First speaker, only speaker on the findings is Mr. Michael Hunt. Mr. Michael Hunt, are you still here? Okay, it does not appear that Mr. Hunt is here. So our first speaker in the queue will be Mr. Koretz.
I'd ask if we could have staff come up from fire department, DWP, other departments to answer some questions on this topic. Certainly, as you know, there have been a couple major sinkhole disasters in my district on near Coldwater Canyon and Laurel Canyon. Wendy Gruhl got known as the pothole queen. At this point, I'm starting to become the sinkhole king with all of these in my district. So I have a number of questions. I think the first one, if we have some sense of it, is what caused these ruptures to occur. On Coldwater, it might be the age might have been a factor, and the other one, the pipe was a much younger pipe and shouldn't have had this kind of damage. So, what do we know so far?
Yeah, my name is Jim McDaniel. I'm the Senior Assistant General Manager for the water system at the Department.
And hold my time, please.
The two pipe ruptures, as Councilman noted, were different types of pipe. The one in Valley Village was a much smaller line. It was a 6-inch line, much newer vintage. The one on Coldwater was a much larger line. It was much older. We can tell from the pieces of pipe that we excavated out on the Coldwater line that corrosion played a significant role in the failure of that line. It's a 1914 aged pipe with riveted steel construction, and so we believe that was the primary cause of that one. The one in Valley Village, it was a longitudinal split, and it was a ductile or a cast iron pipe. There was some corrosion noted on the pipe, but we don't have a definitive answer yet as to what the root cause of that was. It should have lasted longer. It was only 40 years old.
A lot of folks have assumed that there's a connection between the first break and the second. Do we have any sense yet about whether what happened at Coldwater may have contributed to the other break near Laurel Canyon?
At this point, we do not believe that there's any connection between the two pipes. We did review pressure records and flow records to see if potentially the shutdowns associated with the Coldwater pipe may have in some way contributed to the smaller pipe breaking, but we did not find anything that would lead us to that conclusion at this time.
And how much of this piping is as old as what was found on Coldwater, and what are our plans to replace some of the oldest, close to 100-year-old piping, and what's the timetable for that? And maybe that, I don't know if that's a DWP or Street Services question.
Yeah, well, the replacement of the pipe would be a DWP question. We've got about 500 miles of trunk line, and trunk line is defined as pipe 24 inches and larger in the system. A lot of it is newer, but there's several miles of the older riveted pipe. Different sections of that have been targeted for replacement. Many of the sections, including the section that failed on Coldwater, are scheduled for replacement as part of our water quality infrastructure program, where we're replacing trunk lines, making them larger, stronger, and able to carry more water going forwards. So we have infrastructure plans in place to replace many of those. Some of the other ones are on another program that we have to replace main lines, which are the smaller lines. We have a whole structured program laid out for that. But it's an ongoing program, because it's not like we're going to, as we do it, then more pipe becomes old. So it's going to be an ongoing program, and we've budgeted for it as an ongoing program.
So how much of that is this aged piping, and what's the timetable for replacement?
When you say that aged, I mean
95-year-old,
yeah,
90-year-old, in that range.
Yeah, I don't have it broken
I'm
down.
sorry
exactly.
for just a second. If I can ask folks to keep their conversations, please, to a minimum, on both in the audience and council members on this side as well, so that we can hear this testimony. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Right. So right now, the type of pipe, not necessarily the age, but going back to the type of construction, it's called a riveted pipe. It's before they had welded pipe, it actually had rivets on it. We've got about 71 miles of that riveted pipe in the system that's out there, and various pieces of it. Some of the pieces we've gone through it, tested it, we pressure tested it to make sure that it was able to withstand pressures above normal service pressure. Some of it we've abandoned in place. Some of it we've scheduled to actually have replaced, and there's different criteria for the different pieces. We could produce a more detailed report for you. I just don't have all the numbers right here with me today.
Well, I'd appreciate that. I think probably most folks in the city recognize this as kind of a wake-up call to have this kind of a disaster and not coincidentally a 95-year-old pipe. Whatever we can do to accelerate that process, I, for one, would be one that would be pushing for that acceleration. Having this kind of disaster can't be cost-effective, so waiting for that doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense to me.
I would agree.
What's our timetable in terms of getting these streets up and running again and getting everything back in place? Again, hold my time, please.
Good afternoon. Bill Robertson, Director of the Bureau of Street Services. We're anticipating the prep work once the job site is turned over to the Bureau, about 24 hours prep work and about another 8 hours for the paving. So I think it depends. The latest status that we had is that the backfilling should be done about 3 o'clock. They're scheduling testing. Test will be back about 6 p.m. We already have all our equipment on site. We are doing some minor prep work as we move forward and wait for DWP to complete their work. But you're looking at about 30 to 36 hours turnaround on reopening the street.
So by Friday, Saturday, what day do we think it's
Safe
most
prep would
likely
be
to
Saturday.
And we're talking about cold water.
That's correct.
Great. And what should we be telling residents in terms of who to contact? Is there a dedicated person and a dedicated number yet at the DWP to answer ongoing questions about the cold water disaster and the Laurel Canyon one?
With respect to residents who were affected, there was a person from Public Affairs whose name and cell phone number was given to them. In addition, we've had personnel on site to talk to residents. There was a residents' meeting last night. I believe there's another one this evening at the Sportsman's Lodge Hotel in order to gather questions and to respond to them. And there is a dedicated number at LA DWP. If they'll just call 1-800, the 1-800 number, 1-800 dial DWP, and ask for public affairs, they will be put through to a person who will be able to discuss this particular situation with them.
And we do have a staffed kiosk at the site today that'll be open until 7 p.m. tonight to provide information to affected residents.
Great. And how did we feel about interdepartmental communications? From my observations, things seem to go well. How do we feel about DWP and LADOT and fire department and police, and how well that worked in communications with each other, with residents, with council offices?
I think from our point of view, it's worked very well, and there's been a close collaboration between the departments. I think anybody who saw the operation yesterday of actually rescuing the fire truck from the sinkhole, which was an operation undertaken between the fire department and LADWP personnel, it went off very smoothly, and I think shows a new level of cooperation and understanding between the departments. That's not to say that there aren't lessons that we've learned from this experience. I think there are, and I believe we'll continue to improve. But I was very impressed with everybody's level of actually friendliness throughout the whole process.
And that was sort of my observation on the ground at these two locations, that it was handled with a somewhat historic level of cooperation. So I think that's a very good sign, helps everything go well. As far as the costs, how much damage was done to the fire truck?
Chief Thompson, Emergency Operations Fire Department. We're still evaluating that right now. We know that the electrical system as well as the radio systems were severely damaged. We had the pump chassis damaged as well. We're evaluating whether the structural frame component of the fire truck is still intact. We'll probably have some word on that sometime today, whether we can repair it or if it needs replacement.
And I don't know who would answer this question, the city attorney or someone else, but does LA City pursue refunding lost money, including the fire truck, from the DWP? How does that work going forward?
Basically, we, for a number of years, our relationship with DWP is based on we're their contractor of choice when it comes to making the actual street repairs. The two groups, DWP and Street Services, meet on site, agree to the amount of damage that was done and the work that needs to be done, and then we go ahead and move forward and DWP reimburses. That has been a very good process for a number of years. It works very well. And I know that it benefits the folks and the residents in the city that when DWP immediately finishes their work, we can come in right behind them and close up the street and open it back up to the public. So it's been a very good partnership.
Thank you. And do we have an overall estimate for the total cost of all the pieces of this, the street repairs, the fire damage, the damage to businesses and homes that we'll wind up covering? Do we have a ballpark sense of what that total cost will be?
We do not at this point in time. And we're going to have to quantify all of that. I think our focus has been on getting the repair work done, turning the work over to Street Services as quickly as possible, taking care of the residents that have been affected, making sure that they have accommodations and are taken care of. And we're going to have to now take a look at just what the total cost to society has been as a result of especially the cold water blowout and the other incident that we've had.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you all for your good work in dealing with this crisis and getting it handled in a very expeditious manner.
Thank you,
for your
Councilman.
understanding.
Thank you. Ms. Perry is our next speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I'm very interested in being more predictive rather than reactionary on a situation that's presented itself to us. And we're going to explore this more fully in committee. But what I'd like to ask the department, and view this in the context of water rate increases about 3% over the last 2 years to support upgrades of the water system. My question is, are funds being expended on infrastructure upgrades? And can you describe to us your current infrastructure replacement rollout plan?
Jim, would you like to respond to that?
Well, in our capital program, we've got 4 major categories of capital expenditures, and the 2 largest ones and the 2 that are probably of most relevance here are the Water Quality Infrastructure Program and then one we just call General Infrastructure. In the past 5 years, we've spent about $520 million on the water quality infrastructure and about $780 million on the general infrastructure. Going forward, we're going to just about double that, and we have plans in place for about $1.3 billion in water quality infrastructure and about $1.4 billion in general infrastructure to
let me just stop you right there, because what I want you to focus on, and we can do this more fully in committee next week, is an analysis, an identification of those parts of the city that have the most aged water system infrastructure. Because I think that we're trying to back into or to determine the causes of these ruptures, if in fact it had to do with aging infrastructure. And if that is the case, then maybe we need to take another look at our priorities and bump up those that are most aged and focus on those first. So I will need to know, has the department prioritized those locations based on age?
Yeah, well,
Okay, well then when we come back to you in committee, council member, we'll present the entire water infrastructure plan and provide a full explanation of the criteria that went into the prioritization of the projects. Age is certainly always at the top of the list, but there are other issues. How corrosive the soil is, what kind of pressure goes through the pipes, what kind of material the pipe has been made out of. But we'll make sure that we make a very full presentation to the committee.
All right, and then just one final quick question. Have you yet determined that the cause of the rupture was due to its age?
Well, I think with respect to the cold water blowout, yes, it's its age, but it's also the fact that this was riveted steel, as opposed to a more robust, for want of a better word, a technique of manufacture. But Jim, would you like to add to
And
that?
as for the second rupture, have you determined the cause of that one?
we have not determined the cause. We've seen some indicators. There's some corrosion on the pipe, but the pipe was relatively young. It's only 40 years old, so we're still analyzing.
So then in that case, that may not have been related to aging infrastructure.
Right. Yeah,
all right, so when we go to committee, I want to drill down a little deeper on prioritization of aged infrastructure and where it is throughout the city, and then also dig deeper on the materials used. This may be related to contracts that have been let in the past to contractors who may or may not have used materials that were appropriate. I think you recall that in my committee, that situation arose once where we had a discussion about a pipe that broke in Toluca Lake, and we went back and retroactively took another look at that contract because it felt that it was problematic in the way that it was bid out. So this is something that will lead us into a path that I think will touch into a number of areas, and I want you to be prepared to be able to do that.
Okay.
And when we do come back to you on this, council member, you'll see that the cold water segment that blew was on the list of projects to be upgraded. So unfortunately, the incident occurred before we got to the task of doing that work. But you'll see it very clearly on the list of work to be started, I think, in the next couple of months.
Okay, but what we need to make sure, yes, and that's great that it was on the list, but you know, it is a situation now that's been compounded by factors that were not anticipated nor budgeted for, and it makes it a far more complicated and expensive situation now. All right, thank you. So we'll talk about this in committee. Thank you.
Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you. I'll try to make my comments brief, but according to an article in the LA Times, just your major trunk lines, it sounds like there's potentially about $10 billion worth of major trunk lines of work to do over the next couple of decades in replacement. And that doesn't include all the lines. Apparently, according to this article, that what's there, 700 miles or something like that, 7,000 miles of water lines underneath our streets, etc.?
Yeah, we have 7,200 miles of pipes altogether. But trunk lines, the major, large trunk lines about 24 inches, that's about 500 miles.
Yeah, about 500 miles, but those are a bigger project. Every linear foot, every linear mile that you replace of those is a lot more expensive than the other lines, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So my point is, my first question to you is to the nearest $10 billion about how much infrastructure on this matter, as far as replacing lines over the next 30 years, do we have to tackle?
We don't even go out 30 years on our planning horizon. So, I've got the plans for the next 10 years we're looking at doing about 32 miles of trunk lines that'll cost us about $840 million.
And then how much over the next 10 years on the rest of the lines?
On the smaller mains going forward, I had my numbers here.
Okay, forget
Yeah,
that.
we've got about $600 million, and we're looking at about 314 miles of the smaller mains.
Over the next 10 years?
Yes.
So combined about 1.5, 1.6 billion?
Yeah, so 1.4, something like that.
So once you're done with that 10 years, what's going to be the difference in the next 10 years? You're done, you just stop?
No.
Or you're probably going to have another 10-year plan?
As I said, it's an ongoing progress, because every year you got more pipe that gets old and is going to need to be replaced. So, but we don't do it solely on age, because you can't replace it all based on age.
Sure.
So we're looking at a lot of other factors, like the type of material, the way it was placed, the soil it's in, what kind of coatings. Some of these pipes could last 200 years without a problem. And one of the things that we want to avoid is going in and spending millions of dollars to replace pipes that still have a lot of useful life left in them. So we're trying to systematically and through a very kind of rigorous statistical process go in and get the most bang for the buck and pick the right pipes to replace.
Okay. I appreciate you reminding us that it's not as simple as a linear mile of pipe needs to be replaced. No, not necessarily. Some more than others, depending on the conditions, the slopes, all those kinds of things. But at the same time, what I'd like the department to do is get us a report back to the City Council and explain to us how you arrived at this current 10-year schedule that you have, and then also remind us what kind of factor that's going to place on the people who pay the bills, because that's where the DWP gets their money, right? Almost exclusively from the ratepayers.
Yes.
Unless we get really lucky and Washington gives us some kind of grant or the state gives us some kind of grant, which we can't count on. So my point is, what I want to see is not only a schedule of how you arrived at this 10-year cycle, but also going beyond the 10 years, because we all know it's not just going to stop, that what kind of cycle we need to be on and what kind of rates, how our rates will be affected. And the reason why I ask you to do that, because I'll give you an example. It's my understanding, it might be just rumor, that while Richard Riordan was mayor, one of the things that he championed in his portfolio of his resume while mayor of the second largest city in the country, he basically said, I'm not going to allow rates to get raised. In departments, DWP, all across the city. He kind of froze it, which means that as costs go up or what have you, we have to do more with less, which is fine, but I don't think you can do more, $1.5, $1.6 billion, without affecting the rates. I don't think so. And if we can, that's great news. But what I'm trying to let you know is, don't worry about sounding like you're giving us bad news. Just worry about telling us the truth, telling us what we need to hear, not what we want to hear, and then so that we can start communicating to the public, you can and we can, and let them know that water is not free. Turning on your faucet and expecting it to come out is not free. Being able to drive down the street and go to work in the morning and not have to be deterred because a big pipe broke because we didn't get around to replacing it on time, we need to take care of those kinds of things. And all of that costs money. Not dollars, but billions and billions of dollars over time. So please, give us a report back on your scheduling and also on how that will affect our rates as well. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I know this is a very significant conversation, and I want to continue it, but I'd like to put this on the desk, bring the other one off the desk, and we have come to a resolution of the labor situation. So stay here. We'll be right back.
Okay. We will come back to we also have public comment on this item, and we'll come back to this item. Mr. Rosendahl will be the first on the list, and then we'll have Mr. Labange and Ms. Hahn and Mr. Koretz for a second time as well. If we can move back to the earlier item, and Madam Clerk, if you remind me who was on the queue next in that. Ms. Hahn was next on the queue. Okay. Ms. Hahn, I'd like to recognize you. Ms. Hahn?
Thank you, colleagues. I appreciate us holding this on the desk for a while. This is what it takes to sometimes move forward good policy in the city of Los Angeles. We do need to reach across the aisle, reach across the horseshoe, and try to find some compromises that makes us all willing to stand here today and make a move for a policy that will indeed, I believe, provide good family health care for the workers at the airport, which is our goal today. What I'd like to do, you have Bernard's amendments before you. What we're going to do is we're going to take number 1 of his amendment, and we're actually going to write that in today to the ordinance. 2, 3, and 4, we are going to send back to the committee so that we can begin looking at studying the idea of minimum standards for health care for our workers. I think that's going to take a while, but we're going to sit at the table and work on those. We're going to, in 6 months, we're going to have a report back on the idea, the effect of price caps on our businesses, and we're also going to say that within the 90 days, 120 days before this is implemented, we will have some answers back, particularly on the idea of the number 1 issue, and if we have issues or problems at that point, then, or all of them, we can actually tweak the ordinance at that point. We can look at changing some things. But what we want today, colleagues, is a unanimous vote to move this ordinance forward. And I would move that we would agree on the $3.25 increase for the health care portion of our living wage, so that today we can have a living wage that actually will allow people to have a good quality of life in Los Angeles. Thank you for everybody's hard work on this. I think we're going to be a model for the rest of the country on how we can take needs, take differences, come together, and create a policy that I believe we'll be very proud of. Although we do stand on the shoulders today of the previous city council, where Richard Alarcon was a member of that first took the courage and the boldness to fight the business community and say, no, we want to make sure that we empower and invest in people in Los Angeles. That's our greatest asset here. So with that, City Attorney, I didn't know if you had anything you needed to say,
Well, in order to incorporate the amending language into the ordinance, I wanted to read it into the record.
Okay.
And my understanding of the motion is that we take number 1 in the motion, and it would be reflected in the ordinance as follows. Under 10.37.3, under health benefits, A would now read, the health benefits required by this article shall consist of the payment of at least $4.50 per hour by airport employers and at least $1.25 per hour by all other employers towards the provision of health care benefits for employees and their dependents. Airport employees cannot waive the health benefits offered by an airport employer when the airport employer does not require an out-of-pocket contribution by the airport employee. And that last sentence is a new language, and that would be inserted. Then the rest of the ordinance would continue, proof of provision, et cetera.
And then the 3 other amendments would be sent back to my committee to begin working on. Okay, thank you very much. With that, colleagues, I think this is a very important vote. I appreciate everybody's hard work on this. Today we are doing a good thing for the people of Los Angeles. I ask for your aye vote. Madam Clerk, call the roll. Oh, that's your job.
And we actually have another speaker in the queue, Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn.
As those 3 items go back to committee, I'd just like to correct the motion. 1, we corrected earlier that in number 1 is employee at the last word. On number 3, the last line should be stricken and the period should go after differential. And then on number 4, the word effective in the first line should become operative. And the issue of them going to committee and support Mrs. Hahn's issue, we'd like to make sure Con Ed, CAO, City Attorney, and CLA are part of that review on numbers 2, 3, and 4.
Without objection, we'll accept those changes as a friendly amendment. We'll accept that motion. Madam Clerk, before us, do we have 2 votes or is it 1?
Mr. President, since it was accepted, council can take this
it as
in one
consolidated.
vote.
Okay. We'll take 1 vote on this then. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That passes. send that forthwith. Thank you again to everybody. Thanks to everybody for all your time. We appreciate you being here. Thank you for all your time and your patience this morning while we worked that out, and congratulations to everybody. We'll send that forthwith without objection to the mayor for his signature. Thank you. If we can return back to the water issue. And Mr. Rosendahl was the next speaker on the queue. So, Mr. Rosendahl, we'll, as soon as we have our experts seated, we will begin as well.
I've done my point, made my shtick. They know where you know, there's no need. I'm not running for any government.
Thank you. If we can move as many of the conversations outside, we appreciate you again for being here and the time. We will return to our speaker queue here on this item. And Mr. Rosendahl is our first speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Obviously, there's a little bit of noise as people are leaving the room, but it was a good thing that we just went through. Some of you remember, it must have been a little over a year ago, that Brett Levin died, a firefighter, in the line of business for us in Westchester. He went to a box of electric stuff, and at that moment, it created a trigger mechanism, and he ended up passing away. And what that told me more than anything else was that our infrastructure in this city, be it the sewer or the water or both, is decrepit and falling apart. What we just saw in the canyon with that tsunami of water is again the same issue, which is our infrastructure is getting old. I heard, as you said, David, there's 7,200 miles of pipe and roughly 500 miles of the bigger pipe. You heard Ms. Perry talk about the money and the bond and the infrastructure. The bottom line is this is another major issue for us as a city, which is how to reinvest in our infrastructure so that the wake-up call we just got in that canyon doesn't become problematic and happen all over the place. It was a very healthy discussion here, and I want to thank all of you for what you've said. But let us take a deep breath since we just moved from one issue to another and back to this. What do the citizens, the 4 million of us, need to prepare ourselves to do to see that this infrastructure gets itself in such a shape that we don't have a Coldwater Canyon or we don't have a Westchester situation? Mr. Nahai, I know you've been talking about our ratepayers and our regulations. I know what San Diego has been doing, which is taxing themselves even more for their infrastructure. Where do we go from here now with the latest wake-up call in Coldwater Canyon?
Well, I think as we've explained this morning, we do have a water infrastructure plan and a water quality plan. We've been pursuing them quite vigorously over the last 5 years. What we would like to do over the next 5 years is to double the effort, to move even more quickly. But you know, as these plans unfold, you know, there's a lot of balancing that happens. One is, of course, the rates and the kind of burden that we're going to put on our ratepayers. But there are other issues. To what extent do you disrupt traffic? How do you make sure that the sequencing is correct? So there's a lot of planning that goes into it. And many factors are taken into account, and this is what we'll be explaining more fully in committee. But as I say, even though there's no way of predicting a blowout, if there were, we would have repaired the line before it blew in Coldwater. But the various criteria and factors that are taken into account definitely put that segment on the list of projects to be tackled. And in a couple of months, it will be started, because right now we've repaired it. But there's more work that's going to be done on that line in the future as well. But it's a 2-year lead time before we actually get to the physical repair work that needs to be done. But this is we're so deeply thankful that nobody was hurt in either one of these incidents. Especially grateful that also none of the firefighters were injured in yesterday's incident. That would have been a much worse wake-up call, but I think we're seeing the need to aggressively upgrade our infrastructure.
Do we know the status of all of our plant, say the 7,200 or the 500 miles? Do we know where we're vulnerable in some of that plant? Have we done enough of an analysis to know that under a certain street that this particular pipe needs to be replaced? How much of that are we aware of at this point?
Well, as I said, there are numerous factors that go into a determination of which part of a trunk line or a main line is going to be tackled next. But those are various criteria that are taken into account in order to develop the plan, and we'll present the plan and have a conversation about the various criteria that are utilized. Age is important, but it's not the sole criterion.
When we look at that, and you said a 5-year plan, should we let our constituents realize that there will be rate increases over the next 5 years that will directly be associated with reinvesting in the infrastructure? How do we prepare the constituents? What kind of outreach should we be doing? What do we? Nobody wants to be blindsided. Nobody wants to be thrown into another one of these situations where the community comes out and say we weren't part of the process. Do we need to go through a more public process at this point, or have we done that and we can just go forward?
I think to a certain extent we've done that. I think we need to do more, and we'll come back to the council and have a fuller, more detailed discussion about that.
Yeah, I think people need to know, who are watching this on television, frankly, that what you saw in the canyon and what you saw in Westchester is the status of our plant, that we need to analyze all 500 miles of the big pipes and the 7,200 of all of it, and know that there might be another hit at their wallet on this going forward. Are we going to be prepared to lay some of that out over the next year?
Yes. Yes, we of course want to minimize rate impacts to the extent that we can, but not acting can be a lot more expensive than taking the action that's necessary.
Very good. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you all for your thoughtful comments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask Steve Malinowski to come, and members, I'd like you to just hear from him. 40 years experience, was out on the scene, was out on all scenes, has experience. Just describe to you, in your 40 years, has there ever been this type of rash of breakage, exceptional to earthquakes and other traumatic things?
Our normal season of a lot of main breaks and leaks is during the winter when the cold water comes down, the cold weather. So this is something I haven't seen in my 40 years. But I don't see this as an increase of main leaks. I see this as an increase maybe of severity of some of the leaks that are happening.
But in the 40 years, now explain the cold water coming down, is that during the January months or what, when cold water comes into the system?
That's correct. January, February, March, that's our leak season, sir.
And on this break that took place there on Coldwater, that's a 56-inch?
62-inch.
62-inch. Well, do you recall what you put in? Maybe Ms. McDaniels knows. What's the river supply conduit? Is that 96-inch?
It's various diameters, but there's some that are 72, I think, is
right.
A lot of it.
And Mr. Nahai, you spoke of 7,000 miles of pipes throughout the system, waterway, and 500 trunk lines. 500 miles of trunk lines, is that correct there?
Yes, I believe the 500 miles of trunk lines are included within the 7,000.
But the river supply conduit and the cold water connector to Franklin Reservoir Complex, are those the last of the 1914?
We do have some, the Havenhurst trunk line that's been in service for a while. I don't know the exact age, but it's been around probably since the 20s.
Right, and Anna, if you could hold my time on this here. On the power system, if you look up there, if the light goes out here, you could find out on the grid where the lights are out, between 1st Street and 3rd Street, between Main and 4th. But in a water system, there's no way, other than notification by the public or by your own crews in the field, that water is out, right?
That is correct.
Is there ever cases that water doesn't go to the surface, but just goes into the ground, and then several days later you find it?
Yes, that's happened, but not a substantial amount of water because it would be noticed in the streets.
And is there a peculiarity to the case of the breakage at 2nd and Lorraine, at Western and Franklin, Western and Fountain, Mr. Garcetti's district, 3rd and June, Sunset and Highland, in the western rear corridor of the city?
I placed those on a map in my office so I can start tracking what was going on. I have my crews right out now looking at gate valves and anything that may cause this problem.
And nothing as of yet?
No, I haven't found anything yet.
And explain pressure in the lines, because 96-inch or 52-inch or 70, air makes a difference. It took 800 turns of the wheel to shut the line down?
Just one of those valves, approximately a 36-inch valve, will take anywhere from 800 to 1,000 turns to shut that valve.
Right, it's not like Maxwell Smart and Get Smart where it just closes like that.
That's correct.
To close it slowly.
I was on site when we were shutting that 36-inch gate valve down, and there's such violence in that valve because of the turbulence of the water being shut off that people actually came out of the apartments because they thought there was an earthquake. But we had to reassure them that that was part of the process of shutting that main down. And we have to take precaution with shutting that main down with those valves because we can have a problem with that valve later or break another part of that main.
And also, Mr. Nahai, to your credit and to the credit of Karma Tutunich, the city attorney, there are rollout teams now on these significant efforts where they are going out to work with the impacted people. If you want to explain that, hold my time.
Well, I think you saw a very rapid response and a very effective one in this case. Within a matter of just really a couple of days, the repair was done, and we're seeing the backfilling done. Street Services is ready to go out to repave.
But to the people who are affected, though, we're going door to door and working with the public who's impacted.
Yes, and Public Affairs had somebody immediately designated to be in charge of the affected residents and work with them, and we found them hotel accommodations immediately. This was a very well coordinated effort, and I've got to take my hat off to all of the DWP personnel as well as the other city workers that responded so effectively and compassionately.
Well, it's a team effort on that, but also I want to thank the city attorney's office for creating that rollout, which is so important on a disaster in a small sense impacted by a neighborhood. I do want to say, for the record, members, I did inquire with the United States Geological Survey, Caltech, which is Lucy Jones, and I asked her if there's any seismic activity, because in talking to Mr. Smith, who is so expert truly on the earthquake issues there, he said, maybe it's something to look into, Tom. So we checked that out, and she reported there's no unusual seismic activity anywhere in Los Angeles that could explain the water main breaks. The earthquakes are monitored jointly by Caltech and USGS. Okay? The bigger issue, which he said, is what happens without earthquakes. What will happen when we do not have significant earthquakes? Who knows the weakness of the water pipes and is the reason for these breakage, et cetera, but no seismic activity. Because I thought, how we say sometimes it's earthquake weather, like in the 94 quake, it was 87 degrees. This is a thought here. There's no truth to that. Thank you, Lucy Jones of the United States Geological Survey.
Thank you, Mr. Bunch.
Thank you, and I do want to thank Mr. Garcetti, and I also want to thank all the workers from the Department of Water and Power, who especially were down in that very big pit, and I also want to thank Engine 60 for their being able to get through this challenge there, and I know the Department of Water and Power is going to buy them a new fire truck, right?
That's right.
Okay.
Mr. Koretz.
Well, we thank all of you for your good work and for your helpful answers today. There's still a lot of unanswered questions, as Councilmember Perry mentioned, and so I would make a motion to refer this to the Energy and Environment Committee, and after a couple of weeks or so, to get the answers to the remaining unanswered questions and a further policy discussion on some of these issues.
Thank you, Mr. Labange.
Yeah, and also, members, I hope, and Mr. Kretz, I know I put a motion in, and second yours, and Mrs. Perry, this is a map here of our trunk lines. I hope we could have technology. And ITA, Kenny, up there should be a way that on these boards here, you could see these systems of the 500 lines, what their ages are, and a way to communicate that. And also, Mr. DeHaye, in the past, you did make a very nice presentation of projects in the future, but this is the one from the Bureau of Engineering. Excuse me. And this shows all their projects, their park improvements, bridge improvements, and something. It'd be helpful to have that of water and power. Information is knowledge is power. Department of Water and Power is the power. You bring the water, it takes water and relationships to make a difference in life. We've got to inform the public what our challenges are, but also make sure we're doing it in an accelerated motion. I know the break on 3rd and June Street, Mr. Malinowski was out there. He's ready to fix the pipe, but we got to talk to Bill Robinson first, because Bill's ready to fix the street, but we got to get the pipe fixed before we fix the street and other utilities as well. But we got to inform the public about that challenge and move forward. I thank you very much, all of you. We continue to work hard and get some answers, but improve the acceleration of this project. Because there was one project I was working on in Silver Lake, and I'd scheduled for like 2017. I hope I'm around in 2017, but I'd like to get it done in my term so we could deliver for the people like you have for the last 100 years. Thank you.
May I add just one more fact, which I think may be of interest? I'll make it very, very clear.
Are you sure you want to?
This one is one that I like.
Sometimes.
And that is that department personnel have been hard at work already. We used to have about 2,000 leaks annually. That's down to 1,400. So we have been pursuing these programs aggressively. We want to redouble our efforts for the future. I hope that was okay.
Time will tell. Thank you. All right, there's no more speakers in the queue. Madam Clerk, we don't have anything to vote on. This is just...
No, that was to refer to committee, but Madam President, I believe there are 2 speaker cards on this item as well.
Okay. And the item number is 19.
Well, I'm sorry, no, it's special one, and I believe you had a card from Mr. Hunt and...
Okay, yes, not in here now. Is Mr. Michael Hunt present? Mr. Michael Hunt. Do you wish to get up and speak or not? All right, Mr. Michael Hunt does not wish to speak, so we'll move on. Thank you. I don't have a card for Mr. Zumadog. Is there a card for Mr. Dog? Okay. All right, should we go to the San Fernando Valley to see if Mr. Dog is still there?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, is he here? Yes. For the past 3.5 years, I've come down to City Council, and I have warned of aging infrastructure around too much density, and that we cannot accommodate all this high density you keep putting on all these old outdated pipes and all the transformers. Today on the blogs, if you check a Google search for Zumadog, you will see they now refer to me as a biblical-like soothsayer, on top of council members already calling me a genius and a prophet. So what I like to say is I sit here for 3.5 years, and council is always a reactive body, always after the fact. Now they get up after the pipes blow and businesses are washed away and we got street closures, and now they're talking about it. It's just like when there was a emergency preparedness agenda item, and I said, hey, Laura Chick said we have no emergency preparedness plan, and nobody chose to speak, and then there was an earthquake about 10 minutes later, and Dennis Zine goes, earthquake, earthquake, and then the next week you had a thing about emergency preparedness. So I would like to just ask council, please, when I show up here, and warn you of these things of which I'm being called a prophet, a genius, dictating city policy, and biblical-like soothsayer, please just start doing it. Don't wait till after the fact. After the fact is too late. And now the final thing I'd like to say, in all seriousness, although I was serious before, hey, you need to think real hard about these high-density projects. We got Tom LaBonge, he wants to put that Universal City up there, that big development. We got all developments everywhere. Let this be a biblical warning that the city is not prepared and cannot accommodate, and it will be death on your hands when you are not able to provide basic services to people, when you are ignoring all the warnings of people on the record. Zoom a dog for City Council.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we need to open the roll on this item?
Madam President, for the record, I don't support the Universal project as proposed.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. Madam Clerk, do we need to open the roll on this?
No, Madam President, that can be a unanimous vote to refer that matter back to EE Committee.
All right, that'll be done without objection. What's the next item? Next item?
Next item, Madam President, is item number 19, and that was called special by Councilmember LaBonge.
Mr. LaBonge, and there is a card on this.
Thank you very much. You want to go for the card first?
Yes, Mr. LaBonge.
No, just thank you for your support of Sister Julia Mary and the Good Shepherd Center for Homeless Women. We're trying to find additional funds like we are every which way.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. We've already had a public hearing on this matter, so unless there is a request, there's no need to reopen it. So, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on that item. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next item.
Forthwith.
Mr. LaBonge requests that that item go forthwith.
Next item, Madam President, is item number 27. That was called special by Councilmember Parks, and there is an amending motion that has been distributed to the council.
Let's see, Mr. Parks. While we're waiting,
the next item then would be item 36, and that was called...
Hold on just a second. He's here. All right. Let's take up Mr. Parks' item. Mr. Parks.
And this is 27. Basically, we just have an amending motion that's been circulated, and we'd like to adopt both reports and the amending motion.
No objection to that. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next item.
Next item is item 36, and that was called special for cards.
All right. First speaker will be Nancy.
Madam President, I was going to request that this item be continued for 2 weeks. I don't know if we should still hear public comment or not. If people want to speak on that item, they should, but we haven't... We'd requested it be continued for 2 weeks. How many speakers do we have on that?
We have about 4, maybe 5 speakers, actually.
Yeah, we could hear them and then continue it for 2 weeks.
All right. First speaker is Nancy Campeau, followed by Arnold Sachs. Mr. Sachs, are you still here? All right, you can make your way up to the lectern. Mr. Sachs, you'll be the second speaker.
Once again, hello, Madam Pro Tem. I'm Nancy Campeau from Northeast Los Angeles' United Against 710. We would support the council's support of item number 36 if the council amends their support by requiring multi-mode, low-build solutions to freight and resident transportation problems here and across the country. Multi-mode, low-build is a mouthful, I know, but it is totally in step with President Obama's stated goals of environmentally green transport solutions. Multi-mode, low-build plans have already been developed by South Pasadena as a clean, green alternative to the highly polluting, costly 710 freight truck freeway. In the case of the 710, multi-mode low-build solutions would employ more than 100 times as many local contractors and local labor than a freeway and tunnel would. And I stress local contractors and local workers because work on a tunnel would be done by foreign contractors who have their own foreign specialized tunnel crews. They call them tunnel rats. And no LA worker is as capable as they are to construct the 710 tunnel that investment bankers and Caltrans want to build. So that's my little statement.
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. You're next. And following Mr. Sachs will be Clyde Williams. Following Dr. Williams will be Grace, I believe it's Grace Chung.
Thank you. At least I was almost concerned. The young lady just spoke that she was going to say there's no rats in L.A. Greenhouse gases. This goes right to the heart of transit-oriented construction for the light rails and the red lines and the bus rapid transit lines, and how intricately that works so well for the MTA, who can't figure out a transit plan, even though 5 members have been sitting on the board for over 20, almost 15 years, and there's been talk of projects like the Red Line for it'll be close to 40 years now, since the mid-70s. And you're going to start putting this together slowly but surely to take advantage of situations like that occurred with an ex-councilman here, I believe, Art Snyder, who was convicted and found guilty of using his influence to buy property along the main line of the future East Side extension. How wonderfully that worked out. Somehow the feeling that this inside information will not fall on deaf ears of sitting councils and future councils. It's how perfectly correct you are. But speaking of greenhouse gases, when you don't conquer this living wage sandwich, you have a greenhouse gas problem in this city of L.A.
Grace Chung, and Dr. Williams, then Grace Chung.
Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno. Yes, I would support the federal bills for greenhouse gas emissions from transport, and eventually LA will have to deal with it. How? Change road to rail. Every morning when I come down here, I sit and wait for my bus and count the number of cars with more than one person in it. Usually it's about 5% of the total flow on Huntington Drive. Rail would be better than road. Rail would be better than trucks carrying containers from the Alameda corridor, say to Lancaster. That can be done. Can it be done along with the high-speed rail? Because they have some of the same ground conditions requirements, that is, the grade. Put more into rail. Okay, the tunnel boring machines, they are very expensive and they are all imported. None are built in the United States. None are operated in the United States except by license with crews, usually from the importing companies. These require very few people compared to, say, 100. You could, for half the price of the tunnel, you could have maybe 1,000 $5 million jobs, which would create a large number of local companies to fill those jobs and employ more local Los Angelinos for those jobs. The tunneling machines are very specialized and do not use local labor usually. Thank you.
Grace Chung.
Hi again. I'm sorry for talking too much. I am tremendously proud of this council for taking the initiative to adopt a resolution to reduce greenhouse emissions. The current level of pollution is untenable. We have a moral obligation to our children and future generations. Our air quality must be improved for our own health and the health of our children. Councilman Cardenas earlier stated that we needed to build the pollution-generating 710 freeway because our union workers needed the work. I find this statement to be a gross disservice to our talented and hard-working union workers. This claim essentially implies that our union workers are incapable of and incompetent to build environmentally responsible public transit. Our talented, hard-working union workers are more than capable of building environmentally responsible and sustainable trains and subways. We don't need a polluting freeway in order to employ our union workers. Frankly, I also find Councilman Cardenas' claim to be rather disingenuous. The freeway is being subcontracted by Caltrans to foreign companies that employ their own workers. In other words, a large bulk of our tax dollars and work will go to foreign laborers, not Los Angeles union members. I cannot help but believe that the invocation of union workers who once filled this galley and unfortunately are gone. I'm sorry, can I just finish 2 sentences?
If you could just wrap this up, ma'am, your time is up.
Was not simply pandering, but a red herring to disguise the fact that the real entity that wants this freeway, and the real entity that will profit from this debacle is Caltrans.
Thank you very much. I have a card from someone who's scribbled a name that may be Micah. Is there a Micah here? Micah? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. That closes our public hearing portion. Mr. Huizar.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, I just request that we continue the item for 2 weeks. There were some departments that asked us to review the impacts that would have on them, so we want to be clear as to whether we, as a city, endorse these bills altogether or endorse them conditionally. So we need that information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that matter will be continued without objection.
And I'm sorry, Madam President, just for the record, that's September 23rd.
All right, thank you. Thanks for the clarification. I think Mr. Alarcon had a comment on the next item, which should be 38. Am I correct?
Actually 37, but if you would like to go to 38, that was called special by Councilmember Alarcon.
Mr. Alarcon, I believe he wanted that item to go on consent. All right. So that item is to go on consent now. That's right. Open the roll, please. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
All right, next item.
Did you... Item 37. Oh, Mr. Koretz.
Mr. Koretz.
If we could take item 37 and 44 together.
7 and 44 together. All right, that'll be fine. We do have a couple of speaker cards. On 37, would you like to let the public speak first, or would you prefer to wait?
I'd be fine to have the public speak first, and then I'd ask the city attorney whether we would hear those items in closed or open session.
Great. We have cards from Arnold Sachs. Mr. Sachs, if you could come forward, please, and then back to the San Fernando Valley for Mr. Dog.
Yes, good afternoon. Arnold Sachs. I certainly would look forward to language from the city attorney's office to clear this up. A, any and all aspects of the offices of all office holders who are not elected officials, as well as B, programs housed within the offices of city elected officials. Now, it said the city attorney, the controller can audit any and all aspects of the offices of all office holders who are not elected officials. That's Part A. As well as programs housed within the offices of city elected officials. Well, the controller can't audit city elected officials, which is what Part A says, all office holders who are not elected officials. Then how can they audit offices of city elected officials? Makes perfectly sense coming from this city council. Maybe you could clarify that. Again, Part A, the controller can conduct performance audits of any and all aspects of the offices of all office holders who are not elected officials, as well as programs housed within the offices of city elected officials. Well, if it can't audit city elected officials or elected officials, again, how does it audit? How can the controller audit programs within those city elected officials? Looking forward to clarifying that, Mr. City Attorney.
Now to the San Fernando Valley from Mr. Zindadog.
Yes, although Mr. Sachs may have a point there regarding this doesn't have full 100% authority to go after elected officials, there is a lawsuit that Nuch Trutanich is working on with Gruhl, the controller now, that may address that. But I'd like to say, as somebody who's a council member, I'm very jealous of Koretz and Parks. This is just the type of motion I wish I could have put through with my name on it if you could have waited 2 weeks. So thank you, Paul Koretz, even though he's an assembly member, and I do believe he wants to spend the city into oblivion. These types of things I love, and of course Parks, the savior of the council, the only true, prudent, responsible one up there until I get in there. This here says for audits, program audits within the city. First of all, let's start with special event fees. Please make sure this is used to go after the special event fee, audit all of them. Also, all nonprofit money. If it's state, federal, city, public money that they're handing out to people out there in the community with no accountability, no transparency, the stuff gets front-end loaded, it gets, it's pilfered. I call it racketeering. I think the biggest racket, the biggest corruption in City Hall is these nonprofit programs. And look, when you try to crack down, Janice Hahn, Richard Alarcon, they get all upset. They don't want to cut back. So please, I hope this is used to audit all nonprofit money that's handed out to anybody in the city and the gang intervention money. You may have heard recently that all the gang intervention money was consolidated under Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa's roof, his office. Now we got Jeff Carr, he's his chief of staff. Let me tell you something. There's nothing that concerns me more of less accountability where they try to hide the list of people getting the money than this gang intervention stuff. And if there's one place I would start, it's with that. Not because I'm not for gang intervention or doing everything to help these people that need it. I want to make sure the money makes it to those people.
Thank you very much. All right. There's no more public speaking cards. So, Mr. Koretz, how would you like to proceed?
Well, first, I guess I'd have to have my question answered whether we do this discussion publicly or because it's a matter of litigation, whether we do it in closed session.
Yeah, item 44 is agendized as a closed session item, and it is the council's call whether to discuss it in open session or closed session. Just understand that a discussion in open session would, in essence, be a waiver of the attorney-client privilege.
And just for clarification, Mr. City Attorney, we're discussing items 37 and 44 together, not necessarily. I just want to clarify the record because item 37 is not noticed for closed session. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So do we need to bifurcate the discussion?
If I may jump in, Madam President, I think they're close enough in subject matter. It's up to us, is the short answer. So, I mean, even though one is agendized for closed session, we can only go in closed session about one, but there's some open session discussion I think we should probably have at the very least. I'm not moving to go into closed session yet, but there are some things that, I'd love the city attorney and the city controllers to be able to present to the council so we can hear kind of those perspectives.
Mr. Huizar.
Madam President, I would suggest, if you look at Mr. Koretz's motion, it has number 1 and 2. The first talks about placing an item on the ballot. Let's have that in open session. I would request that item number 2, a request to dismiss the current lawsuit, that we have that in closed session. I always like to play on the safe side of these items, just to ensure that we don't talk about any strategy and litigation, and we should have that in closed session. I think in here it's pretty apparent that we will have a discussion on strategy and litigation. I request that we have number 2 of the motion of 37 to be in closed session, along with 44.
All right, do we need to, Madam Clerk, do we need to take a vote on that, or can we just commence the discussion?
If there's no objection, or if council wishes to do that.
We can move item 2 and 37 into close, that piece of it?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so, yes, Mr. Labange.
In this hall right here, closed session here.
If we're still in open session, am I the next speaker?
You were the only speaker on the queue,
Okay.
Mr. Garcetti. No one else has pushed their button.
Okay, I will wait. So I'm good? I'm recognized?
Yes,
Okay.
you're recognized now.
President, we're on item number 1 of, we're item 37, section 1 only. Is that what we're going to, that's what we're going to discuss in
I
open session?
probably will be discussing stuff that also involves 44, but not what I believe to be stuff that is closed session stuff. But, you know, I always will take the city attorney's advice when I should stop talking on items that should be for closed session. If I can ask the city controller to come forward to the table. And we'll do the same with the city attorney if there's things in open session they'd like to say. By the way, on 37, colleagues, just as chair of Rules and Elections now, it used to be Rules and Government Committee, I think probably for any ballot thing we should have a committee hearing, and that would be my preference. So I would move that, after we talk about the discussion, it's something that I've been very supportive of in the past, but I think, I'd want to look at some of the issues and actually have a hearing on this, unless it's a time issue and I haven't looked at the calendar but we don't have any citywide election coming up, so it shouldn't be a calendar issue. But I'd love for us to have the opportunity to do that in Rules and Elections, as would be our normal process to refer that to a committee on the ballot initiative piece of it. But on the issues that are before us, Madam Controller, good to have you back in chambers. Why don't you give us your perspective on this issue, what you think is a way forward? I'd like to hear the same from the City Attorney's Office. We can kind of assess it for ourselves. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. President. And this is my first time sitting at this table and not around the horseshoe in this. Today, colleagues, you'll have an opportunity to dismiss the lawsuit that was filed by City Attorney Rocky Delgadillo against Laura Chick in her official capacity as City Controller. When this issue came before the City Council almost a year ago, we had all hoped that the previous City Controller and City Attorney could have resolved the matter without having to go to court, and that we would have real transparency in city government without spending precious resources on this lawsuit. Unfortunately, that did not happen. My goal, even before I was sworn into office, has remained consistent: to limit financial liability to the city and to ensure that there's true oversight over how taxpayer funds are spent. I'm asking that we actually discuss the potential dismissal of this lawsuit in open session to ensure that full transparency on this issue. All previous conversations regarding this lawsuit had been held in open session, and a policy that had been held before. And I think particularly as we're looking at openness and transparency as part of this discussion, that it be done in the light of day. City Attorney Trutanich and I agree that the most prudent and cost-effective way to move forward is to dismiss the current lawsuit. We both agree that this lawsuit should have never been filed. He and I both believe that the City Controller has the right to audit the workers' comp program housed in the City Attorney's Office, and in fact, the preliminary work on this audit has already begun. If we do not dismiss the case before you today, the ruling will become final, and there will likely be an appeal. That will lead to more time being wasted by the City Attorney's Office and other financial resources. Finally, and I believe most importantly, the City Controller's Office would be limited to provide an open and honest oversight and transparency for how taxpayer funds are spent. Unfortunately, the City Attorney's Office has asserted that the dismissal of the lawsuit be contingent upon the City Controller's lawyer, Fred Wucher, waiving his fees. I believe there is absolutely no legal reason to link the dismissal of the lawsuit with the payment issue of the Controller's lawyer, Fred Wucher. And the City Attorney has claimed that he doesn't want to dismiss the lawsuit because it will allow Mr. Wucher to claim that he is the prevailing party or winning party and his ability to collect fees. But it is important to note that Mr. Wucher has told the City Attorney's Office in writing that he will not use the dismissal of the lawsuit as the basis for any payment of fees. In fact, there is a state law, Government Code 996.4, which is very clear that an attorney representing a public official is entitled to be paid by the public entity the official represents, in this case the City of Los Angeles. So if we fail to dismiss the lawsuit, he would still be able to file that claim for reimbursement and likely win. But if the City Council believes he's not entitled to be paid, then the City Attorney can file an opposition to Mr. Wucher's claim. I want to go back to the fact that, colleagues, none of you took a vote to ask the City Attorney to sue Ms. Chick at the time in the Controller's office, and none of us now agree that we should move, at least I believe, to not move forward. However, what I want to say is Mr. Wucher's fee is not the issue today at hand. I'm asking that you separate the dismissal of the lawsuit from the payment of Mr. Wucher. It is critical that we dismiss the lawsuit and get on with the business of the city. There's also been discussion of a ballot measure to clarify this issue. And I want to be clear, as I said in my inaugural remarks, and if necessary, that I would also go to the voters to ensure that the Controller had the authority to audit how taxpayer funds are spent. It is important to note that, I think as Mr. Garcetti just said, there is no citywide election being held for a couple of years, and to go in a special election would require substantial resources to do that. A faster and less expensive way to resolve this would be for you, the legislative body of the city, to dismiss the lawsuit and for the City Attorney to issue a new opinion, which he had said during his campaign would be one of the first acts in office. If he is unable to do so, I'm ready and willing and able to go to the ballot box and look forward to working with you, the legislative body, to draft the appropriate language in conjunction with the City Attorney's Office. We tried, as you know, to do that, and we weren't able to get consensus at the time. I do believe that now we would have the opportunity to bring that consensus. The best course of action today is to dismiss the lawsuit and allow us to begin a new chapter of openness and transparency in city government. This will limit any further litigation and minimize, I'll say that again, minimize taxpayer funds being spent. This is a very important part. As someone who sent you a couple letters recently on the status of our reserve fund and our the fact of our cash flow, et cetera, it's very important to limit any liability we have in the city and to move forward and dismiss this lawsuit. So I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. Mr. Wucher is also here to respond to any questions, and I look forward and hope that you will dispose of this issue today, dismiss the lawsuit, and bifurcate that from the payment of the fees and deal with that on another level. That would be my request today. Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you very much, Mr. Garcetti, for letting me make my remarks today. And I'm here, as well as Mr. Wucher is, to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Would the City Attorney's Office like to make a presentation in an open session on this issue at all? What? Okay. Why don't you come forward?
Hey, Bill.
So is this in the paper or on the blog?
That was on the way there, but I think it made the papers yesterday, too, because Christy apologized.
Good afternoon. William Carter, Chief Deputy, City Attorney's Office. May it please the Madam President. I'm not here to speak in open session regarding Councilman Koretz's motion whether to dismiss the lawsuit or not. I'm here rather to make brief comments about the motion regarding the charter amendment. The City Attorney's Office does support the drafting of language for a proposed charter amendment. We have in fact drafted such language, and at the appropriate time we are willing to share that with whoever wants to review it and work with the City Attorney. We're also willing to work with the Controller's Office, as we've said, from day one on such language. With respect to the motion to dismiss, we do believe that matter should be held in closed session. as discussed and motioned by other council persons. In terms of the city attorney's public position on this matter, he has publicly stated that he is in favor of a dismissal and would, of regards to the lawsuit. However, the city attorney does believe that there should be a waiver of all fees on behalf of the council for Ms. Chick. That's the position that he's taken, and it continues to favor. Thank you. I'll answer any questions that I can in open session, but I believe I would reserve other answers for closed session as they relate to the ongoing litigation.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Cardenas.
I have some questions for the city attorney and also the controller. First, to the city attorney. Now, you said that you have language written relating to the potential charter amendment, or clarification language on what the controller can or can't do?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Is that a legal matter or is that a policy matter?
That is a matter that we have proposed in potential settlement of the lawsuit.
Okay. Thank you for letting me know how you arrived at that. But is it a legal matter or is it a policy matter?
That would be a policy matter at the direction of the city council.
Okay. But you drafted language, and who directed you to draft that language?
We anticipated that this matter would come before the council at some point. So we have been prepared for this eventuality for quite some time.
Okay. So that language is really something that the client will instruct you, the client meaning the city council will instruct you, the attorney, as to whether or not we like the language, we don't like the language, we want to turn the language upside down, backwards, forwards, or what have you. That discussion will come later.
Yes, you are our client.
So this is very basically preliminary language, as I would put it.
This is language that we anticipated at some point the council would direct us to prepare.
Okay, excellent.
For your review and consideration and
Thank you very much. And also to the controller. Now, whatever it is that the controller is allowed to do, whether it's clear in the current charter or we change the charter or not, etc., does that authority and ability, does it apply to Wendy Gruhl or does it apply to the controller? My time.
The controller.
To the controller.
Controller.
Which just so happens the controller has a name next to it of a human being named Wendy Gruhl, right? So whatever it is that the charter allows or doesn't allow or is silent on or we clarify or not, that will apply to the controller today, next year, 8 years from now, 16 years from now, and until we make other changes, 30 years from now, 40 years from now. Okay? The reason why I asked that question is because there's no secret that on this particular issue, I was vehemently disagreeing with the previous named controller and elected controller of the city. I have a better working relationship with you, but with all due respect, I don't look at this as a Wendy Gruhl issue or a Tony Cardenas issue. I look at it as a policy matter as to how the city should allow itself to do business and where the lines are drawn or should be drawn when it comes to who has what authority. And unfortunately, Wendy, when bodies or individuals are given authority, sometimes because we're all human beings, some individuals could assume that it's their responsibility or ability or their right to abuse that authority. And that's where I have vehemently been disagreeing with the previous controller. You and I have talked about this, Wendy. I don't think we vehemently disagree, but we disagree, I think, as to where the controller in the city of Los Angeles, where the controller should draw the line when it comes to audits. One thing that I want to say to the public is, understand this, everybody. The controller audits city council stuff all the time, almost on a daily basis. Every time one of our council offices expends something and needs the city controller's office to look at it or what have you, the city controller's office does financial auditing of everything and everybody and everything in the city. Correct, Wendy Gruhl?
We review payments and auditing. You know, we might go in greater detail, but yes, we are able to have financial audits of any.
If you deem necessary on a particular item or issue or expenditure that it requires to go one step further and audit that situation or that expenditure, you do have the right to do that.
Correct.
Okay, so that's one thing that I think got lost with the public. I think the public thinks that the elected officials in the city of Los Angeles are not subject to financial audits from the Comptroller's office, yet we are. And there's a big difference between a financial audit and a performance audit. If you don't mind, Ms. Gruhl, could you give us at least one example of what a financial audit might pertain to and what a performance audit might, an example of what a performance audit would do that a financial audit does not do?
Well, a financial audit really is literally looking at the money and how it is spent, and if it is spent in, I guess you'd say, in concert with the way in which it was supposed to be spent. So if you have a financial audit of a contract, you would say, were they following the rules of the contract? If you wanted to say, look at it from a performance base, did they perform a good job as far as that contract? Was it the best way in which to utilize the money for that contract? And so one is just looking at, did they spend it effectively or is relationship to the actual contract? And one is, was it the performance and how you would look at that? So those would be two kinds of ways in which you would look at it.
Okay. So one is a bit different than the other in layperson's terms. They're not simplistically the same. They are categorically different kinds of audits, correct?
Yes, and the workers' comp, for example, which we're working with the city attorney's office on auditing the department, in which was the original, both of us would rather not be sitting here, I think, today, and because we are working together on the performance audit of workers' comp. But the workers' comp, we could have audited from a financial situation, but decided to look, is it effective in the way it's being managed and handled in the city of Los Angeles? And that performance audit, we are working with the city attorney's office on the issue of workers' comp.
Okay. There's a lot more things that I think the public should be aware of on this issue, and there's a lot more things that we could talk about. But, Madam President, I don't know if Eric is standing here, but I'm under the impression that this particular matter, as the new city council committees have been configured, I'm assuming that the policy matter on this, not the payment issue, but the policy matter, does fall under the jurisdiction of my committee, and my motion is going to be to move it to the committee so that we can have a robust, good, long, if necessary, and more than one time, if necessary, discussion on this in the policy committee. Thank you.
Mr. Smith. Mr. Allergon?
Members, I apologize. On the advice of the city attorney, who has recommended that I recuse myself because Mr. Wucher is my attorney, and there might be a perceived nexus between the issue of the fees and the dismissal of the case, quite frankly. Therefore, I'm recusing myself from this matter. If it's on the issue of the putting a measure before the voters, that's a separate issue, and I can certainly vote on that. So I would ask that when that matter comes up, that I be asked to come back in. Thank you.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam President. First, on the issue of the charter amendment, and I agree with Mr. Garcetti, that's a separate issue. We should discuss that separately. It's a whole different train of thought and a whole different issue that we talk about later. So I would hope we would separate that. Mr. Carter, question for you. We are now into 3-4 months of this discussion, 2 months since the new city attorney took office. Has there anything changed, or do you believe anything's going to change in Mr. Wucher's position?
I think that would be a matter in closed session.
Okay. Well, all right, let me just say this then. I don't think anything is going to change. I think if he was going to come forward with an alternative plan, he would have done so by now. And while I agree with your position that we should try and negotiate this and be a little more hard-nosed about it, the fact of the matter is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but what Ms. Gruhl has pointed out is there's a state law that says he's entitled to that money. Whether you can negotiate or not is another issue, but he's entitled to ask for that money. Is that correct?
That's two questions. He can ask for it, or is he entitled to it?
Okay. Is he entitled to ask for it?
Yes.
Okay. That's what I think we need to clarify, that he is entitled to ask for it. It's unfortunate. This council, and I've been in this council many times when we have
agreed to do things like that we didn't like. I remember cases such as Nate Holden's lawsuit, which this council was forced to do things it really did not want to do, but law forced us to do. We must defend city employees, whether we like it or not sometimes, we must. And so what happened in this case was the city council told both the city attorney and our city controller at the time, don't do this. We don't want to do this. We are not going to pay for it. And yet they went forward, and now we are obligated by state law to uphold certain rights of the Mr. Wucher. That is truly unfortunate, but it puts us in a bind. We got no choice in this matter. I think if Mr. Wucher was willing to negotiate a deal, he would have brought it forward by now. It hasn't come forward, and I don't see it coming forward. He has no reason to come forward and negotiate a deal with us because the law is on his side. And so I believe that that we should go forward and get rid of this as quickly as possible and accept the liability that we have to accept. Ms. Gruhl, is there not some funds in the city attorney's budget that were set aside for these kind of contingencies that are available in the budget?
Actually, it is in the CAOs. There's conflict counsel. I think it's about $2.6 million that we put in the budget.
That's not allocated at this time.
That is not allocated at this time. The city attorney may have an update if there's any other cases that would be in that category, but specifically when there is a conflict between the city attorney's office in their ability to represent the city, and in this case, at that time, Ms. Chick, there are funding available in that account. And the CAOs here, and we have asked them questions as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is $100,000. We don't have at the moment, but there is money set aside for this in the budget, so in a way we do have that. I don't want to pay it. I think it's inappropriate that we even have this discussion, but we're forced to have this discussion by law. There's nothing new that's going to come out in an executive session we all don't know. This has been in the press. It has been in our body before. We've discussed it ad infinitum. Nothing new is going to come out of an executive session. Let's just be open with the public, say this is the way it is. Get it over with today, as Ms. Gruhl said. Pay the penalty if Mr. Wucher decides to come forward, and that's his right to do so, and say to Ms. Chick and to Mr. Delgadillo, shame on you for putting in this position, but we got no choice of this, folks. Let's just solve it and get on to business. Let's not waste hundreds of thousands of more dollars trying to look at legal options and negotiate when it's easier to just get out of this now and take it on the chin, the $100,000 or so we owe, and get out of this. Thank you.
Mr. Koretz.
I don't know how much we're actually going to discuss in closed session. I just wanted to point out my reason for bringing this forward was rather than letting this lawsuit continue to languish when there's really no point to it. At this point, it's a no-brainer. Your two individuals that were suing each other are no longer in city government. The argument is gone because the two sides are actually working together on an audit of the department that we legally had the controversy over. And it's time to stop the litigation, not waste time, not waste any additional expense, and resolve the problem. At the same time, my item also calls for clarifying things in the future and working to form a consensus and bring that before the voters on exactly what can and can't be audited, so we can't have this kind of disagreement and difficulty in the future. I hope that we can do both those things with this item. I don't know whether we ultimately want to bring this in closed or open session. It's not exactly what my motion originally said, but I would be inclined now to pass the settlement of the actual issue and bifurcate that from the settlement over the legal fees and allow that to be done at a later date. But right now I think we want to put an end to the lawsuit, not have this continue to be appealed and drag on with the uncertainty and the extra expense of that.
Ms. Perry.
To the city attorney, I just have a question because I may not completely understand the context. What's the last decision rendered by the judge in this case?
It's not a final decision, it's a tentative decision. It held that the controller did not have the authority to audit the city attorney's program.
And so that's not a final decision. What do you call that?
That's a tentative decision. The final decision is still pending. It expires tomorrow, September 10th. We go back to court.
The judge will render a final decision September the 10th?
One moment. Yeah, go ahead. We have Valerie Flores, who's the actual litigating attorney on the matter.
Councilwoman Perry, tomorrow there is a status conference scheduled before the court. The court, at the request of the city attorney's office, postponed the entry of judgment or the final judgment in the case to give the parties a chance to pursue a settlement. So tomorrow the court's going to ask the parties whether there has been a settlement or whether the judgment should be entered. The court is operating under a deadline to get the judgment entered, which expires, I believe, on September 20th.
So a tentative ruling is just an indication of the judge's inclination then?
Yes, it was actually called a proposed statement of decision. It was a multi-page document that went into the court's reasoning and laid out the court's conclusion.
Unless we as a body come up with some other option?
Well, the decision is the lawsuit asked for a declaration regarding the interpretation of the current city charter. And so the parties could settle certain aspects of the lawsuit, but in order to change the import of the charter language, a ballot measure would be needed to accomplish that.
And again, this may be a very basic question, but what would be the impetus for us to decide to do that?
Because if there is not a change to the charter, there is the argument that there will continue in the future to be debates about what is the correct meaning of the current charter. Because although one judge has ruled or will likely rule in favor of one interpretation, a year from now a dispute could arise if the new controller wishes to conduct a performance audit of another elected official and the other elected official does not want the audit to take place.
Now let me just go back to the what I think is the origins of this, and to me the inference was the implication of one elected official auditing another elected official is because there you may make an argument that there's a moral imperative or higher ground that must be reached. But in fact, we're all elected officials. We all have to go to the voters. We're all monitored by the Ethics Commission and whatever else the city attorney does. And so, you know, I guess I have to go back to the basis for which this was started in the first place, because for me what it implies is that, you know, we don't yet have enough oversight, that we need even more oversight because there just isn't enough. And it seems as if the judge has an inclination, and again, maybe I'm misinterpreting the proposed, whatever you call it.
Statement of decision.
Statement of decision. But it appears to me that the judge I may hold a similar opinion to what Judge Mooney may have, and so, you know, at this point I don't know that I would be inclined to vote to settle this case, because I don't understand any compelling reason to settle it other than, you know, it sounds like a good thing to do, and you know, maybe the public would like that, or it certainly sounds good, and but the legal reasons to me are not compelling enough, and particularly when you frame it within having an elected official monitor other elected officials, as opposed to a third disinterested party like a CAO or you know, a CLA or something like that, or an ethics commission where they don't run for office and they provide oversight to us now and will continue to do so. So that's just my opinion. My time is up right now. I'll press my button again.
I would just like to say that with regard to how the future audits are structured in terms of a ballot measure is something that can continue to be discussed in open session at a later date. There are some points you raised that we did intend to discuss in closed session, and we would like the opportunity to do that.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Mr. Wesson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President and members. Even though I understand, and part of me is supportive of Mr. Smith's suggestion that this be done you know, in the open, transparency, and Ms. Grules, I think that there's a level of uncomfortability with the city attorney's office. So what I would recommend is that we at least go to closed session so that we can ask him the questions that we really want to ask, and then come back into open session where we could have, I think, a more objective debate. So I would suggest that we do that and do it now so we can really get to the crux of the matter, and then if there's a need, then come back to open session. So that's all I wanted to say on the subject.
Mr. Cardenas?
Mr. President, I almost said madam. She's sitting right next to you. I'm conferring with the city attorney here, and it appears that because one of the lawyers involved in this case is my lawyer representing me as a councilman, that it appears that I may have to be recusing myself on 2 of the three substantive matters that are before us at this moment. So, but the danger to this whole process is it appears that we're down to 10 members. So once I go off the roll, then we might not even have a quorum to discuss anything.
We have a quorum for the moment. We have a quorum for the moment. That'll take us to 10, sir.
All right, cool.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cardenas, and don't call me madam again. Mr. Parks?
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that, just to kind of amplify what Herb said, I don't think we can deal with item 37 until we have resolved what our position is on the closed session item, because depending on how you resolve it, you can make a decision whether you need to go to the charter or not. And I think we're getting a little far afield in discussions about the legal aspects and the strategy that should be in closed session.
So you're making a motion to go in closed session?
Mr. Wesson made it, I seconded it.
Okay.
So-
Is there any objection? Seeing none, we'll go in closed session. City Attorney, would you read the relevant section?
Well, before we get to that, item 46 is on the special meeting agenda, and that is also agendized as a closed session matter. I would suggest that council temporarily recess the regular meeting, call the roll in the special meeting, and continue the item from the special meeting to the regular meeting. Allow any public comment, if there is any, on 46, and then we could take both those items in closed session together. 46 is the municipal derivatives litigation.
It's not related.
If you don't do it that way, then council will have to go into closed session in the regular meeting, go back into open session, then go into closed session again on the special meeting, and then come back out into open session.
Okay. So then the first item will be to, Mr. City Attorney, what was the first item for us to do?
Again, this is what I recommend. Recess the regular meeting, call the roll on, again, this is my recommendation.
Just a practical recommendation.
Okay. All right, so again, we're going to recess and take a roll on recess.
Recess the regular meeting, take the roll of the special meeting, and then continue that item to the regular meeting.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
46. I mean, I think we're focused on this right now. Actually, I would prefer going into closed session now and discussing this, as Herb said, so we can come back out and have a more reasonable debate. And then I'm not worried about going into closed session and then coming back out and going back in. That doesn't bother me at all. I think we're focused on this right now. I'd rather go into closed session on this. That would be that wasn't a legal recommendation. That was a practical. I don't know when the last time we took practical advice from the city attorney. So I'd like to keep with, let's go into closed session on this item like Herb suggested.
Okay, that is the suggestion. If there's no objection, then we will go into closed session.
Right.
Mr. City Attorney, would you please read the relevant section?
I'll be pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A.
Thank you very much. For all persons not involved in this discussion and approved by the City Attorney, please leave the chambers.
And I'm sorry, Mr. President, just for the record, that is on item number 44, not item 37.
On 44, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back in open session for the purposes of going back into closed session on a separate item. Mr. City Attorney, would you read the relevant section?
Actually, we're on 37 right now.
Yes, correct. We have to go back into closed session to do that.
Not just yet.
Okay, not just yet. Okay, we're now calling the roll on the special session. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Han, Weezer, Koretz, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti, 10 members present, and a quorum, Mr. President.
Quorum. And now we are going to move back into executive session for item number 37. If
37's open, right?
37's open?
Open.
It's open.
37's open, David.
All right.
Wait, are we going back into close?
That's what he told me originally.
For the other item. We are in open. If we can consider item 37, stay where you are for item 46, which we are going to do in closed session to follow. Item 37 is, we're in open session. We're in open session, the regular meeting, if we can take that back up. Mr. Koretz, would you like to speak on item number 37?
Well, there are two parts to item 37. There's one part that we certainly can discuss in open session, which is the idea of having a ballot initiative to clarify these issues, and I would simply move that we refer that to the appropriate committee to move forward with that.
Okay.
37.
If there's no objection, this is the ballot initiative part of the clarification on the auditing. Mr. Koretz's motion moved for us to go forward on, and he's recommended that that be referred to rules where we'll take it up, and I think there's strong feeling about, as before, putting something before the voters, so appreciate that. Okay. Okay. So we'll send that piece. There's a motion to send that piece to committee. Okay.
And the other piece was discussed in closed session. I don't know. It's virtually identical to item 44, which we discussed in closed session.
You want to move to receive and file that portion of it? Then?
Yes.
Okay. We'll move to receive and file that piece and to send the ballot initiative piece to Rules and Elections. If there's no objection, so ordered. Okay? Now we'll go into closed session. Oh, sorry, we have 41? Sorry, Mr. Parks. Let's take up item 41 then.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just colleagues, we're asking to renew a $50,000 reward on the death of Rosa Garcia, 35 years of age, who on January 13, 2008 at 6:55 a.m. was discovered deceased in an alley at 1504 West Florence. LAPD asked for this support, and we'd asked anyone in the public that has any information about this case to call Detective Bill Rich or Bertha Durazo at the Criminal Gang Homicide Group in 77th Homicide at 213-485-1383.
Okay. Thank you very much. On item 41, if we can please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
We'll send that forthwith. That is approved. Let's just dispense with the other two open session items before our last closed session. Item number 39, Dr. Clyde Williams. We have a card for. Is Dr. Williams here? Let's see him. Mr. Zumadog and Van Nuys.
Yes, thank you so much. Very interesting going on here today. Right now I'd like to talk about special event fee waivers, and that is the fact that I am here as a candidate for Los Angeles City Council in the Valley, and one of the primary goals is to protect the city's treasury and general
And I'll hold your time, Mr. Dog. I'm sorry. You actually were out of time, but we'll give you this 1 minute instead of 2. I just want you to be able to budget your time, but we'll give you 1 additional minute. Okay? Go ahead.
Thank you for that consideration. I'll have to say it twice as fast now. So as somebody that's concerned about the general fund and public trust, I'm here to say that these special event fees have been a perversion of the system. I feel that if we do finally get to have some performance audits, the first thing I'd like to do is have the performance audits applied to these special event fee waivers that are coming through the city today. Because here's the thing. You can have a financial audit which says that, yes, the money was appropriated and spent and given to these people. However, a performance audit will be able to ask, well, what are we getting for the money? And I think when you look into these special event fee waivers and the money being spent and all the nonprofit money, I think that is why Tony Cardenas is being very nervous when we talk about performance audits. And secondly, I would like to bring to the city's attention during this financial crisis, please run audits to make sure that the reimbursement, a lot of these say event sponsor to reimburse the city. I'd like to ensure that that is happening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dog. And that will close the public comment on that item. If we can please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That is approved. And then we had item 42 that was called special for a substitute motion, and that will be, that's already been circulated, so let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That is approved. We'll go back to the special meeting. Mr. Dog does have a card for the special meeting, so if you'd like to be heard for a minute on that, Mr. Dog, item number 46 before we go into closed session.
Yes, thank goodness. I almost walked out the door. Imagine if I would have missed out on my time. So thank you very much. And I'd like to say I'm very pleased with the way the meeting's being run with Eric and in general. We've had our... Anyway, regarding this item, very important. I'd like to say regarding the audits with the city, it looks as though for once we're going to have the controller and the city attorney working together to give us more transparency and also to put the electeds on notice that they will be held
I'm
accountable.
sorry, he's not talking about item 46.
Oh, you know, we don't have any agendas here. Can I have a reading of it? They don't print out agendas here anymore. I thought this was about the performance audit.
No, sir, it's on the municipal derivatives antitrust.
Oh. Well, then I'll have to yield because even though I'm a biblical prophet of genius, I got to have
Thank you
a
very
little
much, sir. Appreciate that. And you can always get that online, or you can also, and at a public library or any place else, as well as in person at the city clerk's office and here in council chambers. We'll look into that in Van Nuys for you. With that, we will go into closed session in accordance with California state law. If we can, Dr. Williams, I see you're back. I did call your name. If you'd like to come forward, be more than happy to hear your comments on the previous item. You want to come forward? It was on the special events. I'm sorry, we called and you were gone, but this is a courtesy if you'd like to be heard for a minute. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Sure.
I was upstairs waiting, but anyway. Special events. Again, if you annualize today's special events calendar, it would be roughly $6 million a year that we would be spending without any audit, without any other confirmation, disclosures as to where the money is going, who's getting it, and such. The neighborhood councils don't have that privilege, so why should the others have that privilege? I would highly recommend that you just give all the special events over to the neighborhood councils. They seem to do a lot better job. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. And on item 46, we are now in accordance with California state law, go into executive session to discuss legal matters as well that are before us. So if we can please clear the council chambers as we take up this next closed session item.
There was a wall made of stones. It curved like your hair through rising fields of green grasses. Beyond it, I saw the dark ocean as the light deepened and slowly.
we're back in open session. Next order of business, please.
Mr. President, just to adjourn the special meeting.
We'll go back to the regular meeting.
And council has motions for posting and referral.
Those are posted and referred.
And that clears the desk.
Okay, are there any names of folks for adjourning motions, colleagues? Okay, if not, we'll take those up on Friday. Thank you, Madam Clerk, if you call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Han, Koretz, Labange, Parks, Reyes, Smith, Wesson, Garcetti.
All right, this is meeting Los Angeles City